So, good morning, ladies and gentlemen. I would like to welcome you to the International Conference Sustainability in an Unstable World. My name is Nikola Rusová and I work as a management of sustainable development at Charles University. It's nice to see you all in this hall today, so thanks everyone who enjoyed us. Special thanks to Mr. Jiří Kozák, Deputy Minister of Foreign Affairs, and Eva Wolfová, Deputy Minister of Environment. Huge thanks to my colleagues and to the member of Rector's Board for Sustainable Development, Marie Vymazalová, and big thanks also to the Rector of Charles University, Milena Králíčková, for organizing this great event.
Dear Deputy Minister Kozák, dear Deputy Minister Wolfová, dear guests, ladies and gentlemen, it's my great pleasure to welcome you at Charles University by the occasion of this conference. The title, Sustainability in an Unstable World, was chosen a long time ago. We didn't even think how unstable the world we live in will be after yesterday and the attacks and all the things which are unfortunately happening right now very close to us in Europe. Even though I'm starting negative, I would like to have my speech in a positive way, and I would like this day to be very positive occasion for, not only for Charles University, but an occasion that will be one of the first of actions that Charles University will speak to the public, will speak not only to students, not only to academics, but will speak towards the Czech society. Sustainability is something that, from my point of view, should be part of our everyday's life and everyday's action. I know what I'm talking about. I have two daughters who are 18 and 15, and trust me, we talk about sustainability almost every day, and it's about the food, it's about the clothes, it's about everything. It's about the way we live, and I think this is the way it should be. And I think this is the way how Charles University should really speak about this topic. It's not only about great aims, it's not only about great visions and strategies, but it's about our everyday life and about our everyday step that we can do, even though they maybe look very small. They can change, I think, big things. I'm very happy that I can welcome here at Charles University excellent scientists that will spend with us a big part of today, and I'm really looking forward to the topics that will be brought up. An even great pleasure is that plenty of the scientists that came today to Charles University to speak on this topic are our friends from European University Alliance for EU+, which is an alliance shared between Charles University, Sorbonne, University of Warsaw, Heidelberg, Copenhagen, Geneva, and Milano. This European University Alliance is not only an endeavor for joint educational activities, joint research project, excellent science, but it's also an alliance that should help us to speak not only to Czech society, but truly to European society, to all citizens of Europe, which should have, and in plenty of cases already have, sustainability very deep in their hearts. I'm sorry I started negative, because, the unstable world is really, I think, too strong for me today in the morning. But I would like to finish positive, because I truly believe that occasion like this is great start for a row of activities, actions, webinars, workshops, lectures that can be provided by Charles University, not only to Czech students, not only to Czech society, but truly with the cooperation with our partners from 4EU+, even broader. I would like to thank all the colleagues from our Czech side, from Charles University, who took part in the preparation of this conference, and I'm convinced this is going to be a great day and occasion full of very interesting ideas, topics, and and maybe questions that we will be trying to solve all together in coming weeks, months, and years. Thank you for coming, and I truly believe that you will enjoy today and you will spend this day on the topic of sustainability as one of the first actions that will continue in next year. As I said, the year that we want to dedicate the Charles University to sustainability. Thank you very much for your attention.
Thank you very much for a nice speech. How you probably already know, the conference is focused on two main topics, biodiversity and the European Green Deal. And it's also divided into two main parts, lectures and panel discussion. For the first one, we have invited 6 outstanding academics to clearly communicate the results of the research together with recommendations and suggestions for the implementation. The first speaker is a professor at Sorbonne University, and he's going to talk about urban biodiversity. Luc Abbadie.
Good morning, everyone, and thank you to Charles University for inviting me to this meeting. And so I'm going to speak of urban biodiversity. Why is it necessary to organize a comeback of biodiversity, and how we can do that. Comment on fait? Ah, sorry. Voilà. So my starting point will be a few comments about the concept of biodiversity, because very often biodiversity is seen as a collection, more or less, of species. And of course it is true, but it is much more than that. In fact, when we look at the living world, we see a world of interactions, interaction of competition, of parasitism, of cooperation also, and that means that we have some systems. What is the meaning of the concept of systems? Systems means that when you change something somewhere, in fact, more or less, you change everything. And you have a lot of side effects. And the objective of the ecology as a science is to try to plan this side effect in order to be able to use really biodiversity for positive impact. For example, the meaning of interaction, the meaning of biodiversity can be seen through the concept of productivity. In this figure, you have the summary of many experiments worldwide about the link between the number of species in grasslands, from 1 to 64 species, and the productivity associated to these grasslands. And you saw that in all cases, we have a positive relationship between the number of species and the productivity. That's very clear. Now, it's a stable result of science, and we can use this result. On the right of the figure, you have also a summary of a great number of studies about the link between the number of species and the resistance to perturbations, and mainly, in this case, the resistance to dryness. And once more, we see that in most cases, there is a few number of exceptions, in most cases, we have a positive relationship between the number of species and the resistance to dryness. That means, if you want a resilient grassland, you have interest, it's beneficial to try to increase the number of species. We can use this result in concrete situations. Of course, it would be fine if we could say the same result for forest. At the moment, we have not enough studies about the link between biodiversity and forest, but we have more and more. And for example, in this study, you have a summary of the possible correlation between productivity and forest in the world. And we see very clearly that once more, if you increase the number of tree species, the number of trees with a commercial value, you have also a positive relationship in most of cases between this number of trees and the biodiversity, and the productivity, sorry. So that means that from an economic point of view, you have interest to increase the number of species in forest if you want to have a resilience in terms of productivity. That means a resilience in terms of economy, in fact. We have also some, maybe now 2 experiments in the world where people manipulated the number of species, and they find at the moment the same result. So we need more information, but probably there is also a positive link between the number of species and the productivity of forest. Another interest of productivity is about the dispersion of pathogens. Here you have a study of the diversity of trees in USA forest and the diversity of pathogens. You see that for a low number of tree species, you increase, with a low number of tree species, you increase the diversity of pathogens. It's normal because some pathogens are linked to these species. But after 35 species of trees, you see a negative relationship. You see a decline of the diversity of pathogens. We have in this case the concept of dilution effect. If you increase the number of species, the distance between 2 individuals of the same species is very important, is very high, and so it's a problem for the dispersion of the pathogen. So we know, and we have also some experiments with some cultivated plants, that if you increase the diversity of species, you increase the resistance to pathogens. And it is also true, of course, in terms of genetic. If you increase the genetic variability within species, you get more or less the same effect. So this is the meaning of biodiversity. Biodiversity means resilience. But biodiversity means also a strong impact on the environment. Very often we speak of the adaptation of biodiversity to climate change, for example. Yes, of course, there is a problem of adaptation. But we have also an impact of biodiversity on climate change. And in a sense, we could say that the change in biodiversity is going to change the climate change, if you see what I mean. We have a system with, of course, feedbacks of biodiversity on ecosystem, on environment, on physical environment. Very well-known results about the temperature. We are in the region of Paris. During the heat peak of 2003, 17,000 people died during 3 weeks with this episode, during this episode. And you see that in the beginning of the morning, you have some difference between the temperature of a urban forest in the southeast and some neighborhood of Paris. The difference is around 8 degrees in the morning. So clearly, vegetation contributes to cool. So there is a cooling effect of vegetation on the local climate. And we can use it, of course, in the context of global change. But we have also some impact at the global level. This is a summary of the carbon cycle at the global level. We are not going to comment every numbers, but if you look at the numbers of the amount of carbon accumulated under the form of CO2 in the atmosphere, and if you look at the amount of carbon stored in the soils and in vegetation, the soil is very interesting because the carbon stays a very long time in the soil, between, on average, in temperate areas, between 100 and 1,000 years in a forest, for example. So when the carbon is stored in the soil, it is a long-term carbon sequestration. And this is the reason why it is very interesting. But if you look at this amount of carbon in soil and in vegetation compared to the atmosphere, you see that you have 3 times more, 4 times more carbon in soils and vegetation than in the atmosphere. This is the reason why many people believe that if we increase the surface, the area of the forest, we could have a significant effect on climate change. We could slow down the rate of change of the climate. But of course, it's a question of area, mainly. With the existing forest, we can improve the management in order to improve carbon sequestration. But in fact, if we want to have big effect, we will have the obligation to increase the area of the forest. Is it possible in the context of agriculture expansion and so on? This is a question. So, we are a part of biodiversity, and biodiversity is a key component of the stability of our world. But as you know, biodiversity is in crisis. Many observations in the world confirm that. For example, here you have the summary of the monitoring of thousands of vertebrate population worldwide, and we see that in finally 50 years, we have a decline. We have lost rather 70% of the number of vertebrates. It is not a decrease of the number of species in this case, it is a decrease of the number of individuals. It's absolutely incredible. It's a true collapse of biodiversity at the global scale. I'm sorry, it's not a positive information. I will try to be more positive after. If you look at local scale, for example, in France, we have the monitoring of common birds in different, at the national level, and we clearly see that more or less in urban areas and in crop landscape, we lose more or less 1% a year of the birds at the local scale. And when we look at bats, for example, it is worse. In France, we have a very rapid loss of many species in terms of abundance, in terms of the number of individuals. At the local scale, we have also a collapse of biodiversity. So the causes of this biodiversity crisis are well known now with the report of the IPBES, for example. And we know that on the continent, it is mainly due to the loss and fragmentation of habitat, the use of pesticides. We have also the expansion of cities, with the loss once more of habitat and the fragmentation of habitats. And we have also an increasing impact of climate, because as you know, if climate change locally, species need to migrate northward in order to stay in the good area of rainfall and temperature. So there is a challenge of movement, of migration of the species. When you look at Europe, we have a high rate of artificialization due to agriculture and artificialization due to the expansion of cities. And this is the reason why, for example, if you look at northwestern Europe, it is a continuous landscape of cities and crop field, intensive crop field, artificial, finally, areas. Not very positive for biodiversity. So in the cities, there is a new approach, the greening, the comeback of biodiversity in cities, the greening of cities. And it is very interesting because we can deal with many challenges. First of all, at the global scale, of course, the challenge is the build of a low-carbon society. That means energy saving. We can decrease the use of energy and we can promote also low-emission technologies, and the so-called nature-based solution are low-emission technologies. I will come back on that immediately. In the cities, we have also to reduce the consumption of water and the consumption of soil. The degradation of the soil in Europe and in the world is a new ecological catastrophe, in addition to climate catastrophe and the biodiversity catastrophe. And also, in the cities, we can contribute to reduce the intensity of the biodiversity crisis by creating some habitats and creating a sort of permeability of the cities to the movement of species. The local challenge, of course, are the question of the heat peaks and the urban heat island. We can act with nature-based solutions against these two impacts of climate change. We can reduce the runoff and the flood risk in case of heavy rain. We can reduce the energy consumption by the decrease of air and building temperature. We can lower the level of air pollution. We can increase the human well-being. And of course, as I said before, we can also build some biodiversity-friendly cities. So how can we do? First of all, for scientists, cities are very interesting because it is more or less an unknown world. If you try to know what is the functioning of a tree in a city, in the international bibliography, you have less reference than about the functioning of a tree in tropical forests, for example. So we have many things to discover in the cities. For example, in the lab, we made a study about the link between street trees and carbon cycle. And we wanted to look at the carbon in the soil, because in Paris, when they put a tree in the street, they make a big pit. They put some soil coming from outside, coming from crop field, very often, and they put the tree in this pit. So more or less, you have a tree in a pot. So our hypothesis was that with time, this soil, the soil in this pot is going to decrease in terms of quality. And to check that, we measured the carbon content in the soil. And we were very surprised because the results show, in fact, that there is a strong increase of the carbon in the soil during all the life of the tree, during more or less, in this case, 70 years. What is probably happening? We are in a pot, so we create with time a deficiency in nitrogen, in phosphorus, and so on. So in this case, it is a well-known mechanism. The plants, the trees increase their allocation of energy to roots. They increase the mass of roots, more and more roots. That means more and more roots to uptake nitrogen and phosphorus. More and more roots means also more and more dead roots, more and more organic matter, and more and more carbon accumulation. So even in the cities, you can accumulate carbon in the soil. Well, of course, the impact is very small, but it is nevertheless significant. So, in fact, biodiversity is a good example of the concept of nature-based solution. Nature-based solution means that we use or we take inspiration of organisms, of biodiversity, or of natural processes as complements or alternatives to technical solutions. And of course, the interest of nature-based solution is the resilience and the evolutionary ability of living organisms. So we get a long-term resilience. If we speak of the adaptation to climate change, for example, if you take a common situation, a narrow street with trees on the two sides of the street, you have a very strong effect on the air temperature. In this study about phoenix, for example, if you look at the 2-meter air temperature, the temperature we feel as individuals, you see that in the morning we can have 10 degrees of difference between a street with trees and a street without trees. And when we are at the middle of the day, when the temperature is very high, you have still between 2, 3, 4 degrees of difference. just with trees on the two sides of the street, a common situation. In the future, we will have more and more heat peaks, as you know, and so we have the problem of the urban heat island. It's also a well-known phenomenon. We have a difference of 2 to 4 degrees between the average temperature in a city and the countryside, for example. And on the right of the figure, you have a map of Antwerp, a prediction of the number of heat peaks. And of course, when you are in the center of the city, due to this urban heat island, you have a higher level, higher risk of heat peaks. And the number of heat peaks is larger than in the periphery of the city. So, of course, greening the city in the center is also a very important challenge due to this prediction. But we have two mechanisms of the impact of vegetation on climate, on temperature is due to two mechanisms. Of course, the shadow produced by the trees, but also the transpiration of the vegetation. Yes, but to have a transpiration with a strong impact on the temperature, we need water. Is there enough water for trees in the cities? Probably not. In this study we have done in the lab, we have measured the isotopic composition of carbon in the leaves of the trees, and we find a very strong difference between the trees in the city and the trees in the countryside. And this clearly indicates water stress for trees. So if we want a strong contribution of trees to the cooling of the cities, we need water on the soil. So there is a problem of permeability, in fact, of the soil. We have to increase the permeability of the soil in the city if we want to have the stronger cooling effect. And we can do that quite easily. Better. And for example, a study made by a Chinese colleague shows that the only process of transpiration has a strong contribution to this cooling effect, besides the shadow effect. For example, for green roofs, if you take the example of green roofs, only green roofs will decrease air temperature by up to 4 degrees. Only green roofs. So the process of transpiration by plants is very, very important, and so there is the question of the water availability on roofs, in the soil, in the street. But also a very interesting effect of vegetation is a decrease of surface temperature in the street, but also the surface temperature of the buildings. Here you have an experiment. You take a small building, 4 walls are with vegetation, and you tell to your air conditioner to stay at, for example, 24 degrees, and you compare the consumption of energy in two situations, with green walls and without green walls, and you see a very strong difference, of course, of consumption. In this case, it is between 30 and 40% of energy consumption. Of course, it is an experiment, probably it is the maximum we can get, but some studies, for example, in New York showed that on average, for a building with four floors in a quite narrow street, you can save around 10%, 50% a year of energy for cooling or for heating during winter if you put, for example, trees in the street. So green walls, green roofs, street trees are efficient tools to decrease the air temperature and to save energy. Also, another effect is a question of water. I come back to that, because of course, for example, roofs, green roofs, can store water. And this water will be used for transpiration, for the cooling of atmosphere. And of course, if we have a big problem in many cities, in the south of France, for example, now it's a common situation. We have a very strong runoff, and it's very dangerous for goods and for people. So we try to find solutions to decrease this runoff. And one solution is the greening of roofs. If you have some intensive greening, that means a quite high depth substrate and vegetation with high diversity, you can avoid more or less 70%, 75% of the rainfall of the runoff in the street. And you keep the water to make the growth of the vegetation easier. But finally, at the moment, the impact of biodiversity itself, the impact of the identity of the species, is not so well known. What is finally the interesting properties, characteristics of the plants in this story? So in the lab, we try to bring an answer to this question. So we made an experiment combining 20 species, 10 genera, 5 families. We used plants that are normally used by people creating green roofs. And we wanted to increase the ecosystem service of transpiration and the ecosystem service of water retention. But also we wanted to look at a disservice, because sometimes, of course, biodiversity has also negative impact. We have not only positive impact, we have also some negative impact, and possibly we have a negative impact on water quality with water pollution when we create a green roof. And well, this was a very big experiment. What we have seen that, of course, we have an effect of the nature of the substrate, natural soil or artificial substrate. We have an effect of the depth of the substrate. We compared between 10 centimeters and 30 centimeters. And if we look at the growth of the plant cover, we need a deep substrate, but the artificial substrate is not too bad. At least on the short term, we have a good growth on artificial substrate. The question is what is going to happen in the long term, but at the short term, the artificial substrate can be used very efficiently. We also try to see the impact of diversity itself on different characteristics. So it was very complicated, but some significant effect appeared of biodiversity on substrate type and substrate depth. If we look at the pollution, for example, we see also an impact of the biodiversity of the different families. And we have a maximum impact on the nitrate content of water with Fabaceae, plants able to fix atmospheric nitrogen. So we see also the complexity of the situation, because with Fabaceae we have very strong growth, because the plants are able to fix atmospheric nitrogen, but also in this case they produce nitrate in the water that is going to go eventually in the street, for example, or that we can reuse in the building. So you have to find a compromise. What do you want? This is also a key question. What is the good balance between the different services and disservices of the biodiversity we use? And of course, the good balance, the good compromise can depend on the local context. And so finally, in a dream, we imagine that the plants are tools, and these tools are more or less positive for different effects we want to have, and we have a sort of library of a plant, and you choose the plant you want, depending on your main objective. This is maybe a possibility in future to use more efficiently the characteristics of the plant to have the good effect. Another point maybe that is very important, not very used finally in the management of biodiversity in cities, it is a question of genetic diversity. In a study of tilia, some trees in the street of Paris, we found a low level of diversity. In fact, in the city of Paris, for this species, they use only 2 or 3 clones. And in some streets, we have the same clone in one single street. And of course, it is we have no diversity of species, and no diversity, genetic diversity within the species. So for me, it's a key message. In the future, you will get a better resilience, a better effect on temperature, a better effect on the water management, and so on, if you increase the diversity of species and if you increase the diversity within species. It's a key point, especially in the context of climate change. And I don't know what is the situation, for example, in Prague, but in Paris, this is not used. The question of genetic diversity is not in the head of the managers of vegetation in the city. There are many other effects, about pollution, retention of particles, retention of nitrous oxide, for example, by vegetation. Well, effect, not very important, small effect generally on pollution. But we have also some very important effect on the feeling of well-being. This is a study in different cities in Italy, and they have shown that when you have a higher level of biodiversity, in many situations, the subjective well-being of people is a little bit higher than in the control situation. And more studies are showing now that the psychological effect, finally, of the greening of cities is quite important. Cities with parks, with street trees, with green roofs and so on, can be very positive for biodiversity. An example in Paris, a city with very high densities, that it is not very favorable for biodiversity, but nevertheless, we have a high diversity of plants, and we have more than 1,200 species of plants, including some plants that are not indigenous, of course. We have many species of animals, more than 1,000, as you can see. 66 nesting birds. That's a lot, finally. So it's not very complicated to have significant effect significant effect of biodiversity in cities. We know to do that, so we can create habitats in the cities, and we can make the mobility of species easier. It is just a question of the, finally, geometry of the green space. We know that, for example, the ecological corridors, the organization of the green area mosaic, and the connection to the biodiversity outside the city, of course, are key points to increase the biodiversity in cities. So, I am close to the conclusion. Finally, if we restore biodiversity in cities, clearly we have a relevant and efficient approach for the mitigation and adaptation to climate change and to biodiversity crisis. It is a cost-effective approach, generally, because it allows to tackle several challenges at the same time. If you put biodiversity in cities, you have a better security of goods regarding the question of water, of flooding, security of persons. You have a better public health. In fact, when you put trees in a street, you make a public health policy. This is now a tool for public health in cities. And you have a good biodiversity preservation. In fact, of course, we have to tackle all the system. Everything is connected to everything. This is the concept of biodiversity itself. So when you make plants, as I show on this drawing, normally you impact many questions and many problems in the city. So it's if you look at this view of the city as a complex system, you can say that when you use a nature-based solution, you use a no-regret solution. Maybe sometimes one of the objectives won't be achieved. That's possible. But it is not a problem, because you will have impact on other parts of the system. You will have other positive results. So even if it doesn't work for biodiversity or for runoff reduction, you will have positive effect on other components of the city. And finally, in practice, I think it's a tool to train everyone, including ourselves, to systemic thinking. And we know it's a key point for the management of future. For example, a good example of a possible negative impact of biodiversity, you have a narrow street with a high traffic of cars, so you have air pollution. If you decide to put trees in this street, you decrease the circulation, the movement of the air, and so you increase the level of air pollution. So you have a positive effect for biodiversity, but a negative effect for pollution. Okay, so trees are not a good solution, and we know that in this case, putting walls, green walls, or green roofs will have an impact on air temperature without an impact on pollution. So of course, we have some general rules, but we have to adapt our solutions, our tools, to each local context. It's very important to avoid the negative side effect. So, an example of what we do in the lab from 2 years now, we have a program in combination with 2 private companies, one producing electricity. And the question was, can we combine some technical solutions and some nature-based solutions? So we created on an industrial building in Rungis, near Paris. Rungis is a national market for food. So it's a big organization. And we created some biodiversity covers with solar panels. And one of the objectives was to see if there is a positive impact of biodiversity on the production of electricity. Because with high temperature, the efficiency of solar panels decrease. So we expect a positive impact because with transpiration of the plant cover, we decrease locally the temperature of air, and we are supposed to have a positive impact on electricity production. And the first result shows that, for example, in the summer, we have a lower consumption of electricity, not a lot, around 4 or 5% of electricity, when we look at the panels above a plant cover compared to panels above a nude soil, for example. So probably we can also see the nature-based solution as solution, pure solution, but also solution that can be combined with technological solution. It's another example of a systemic view of the challenge we have. And finally, my last message about universities, Prague University, Sorbonne University, and 4E plus universities. I think we have all the skills in universities to make ecological transition happen, because we have social sciences, we have atmospheric sciences, we have ecology, and so on. So we can do that. We have the elements to build this complexity, this approach of complexity. So we try at the moment in different universities. We have to develop. It's an emergency. We have to develop more long-term collaborations between universities and private or public non-academic bodies, cities, of course. For example, one example, in Paris area, we have created a network of scientists able to contribute to the ecological transition of the Paris territory. And we have regular meetings, more than once a month now, between the manager of Paris and the manager of the region, in order to help them to build an efficient ecological transition of the territory. And we have also a mission for me about the training of everyone in the countries. Of course, we have to train our students to the ecological transition, but we have to train also the civil servants, and it is starting in France also, and people working in private companies, and of course, people, politicians, that are going to try to solve the problem. So I encourage the universities to build long-term collaboration and to engage in the society. Thank you, and sorry for my English, more or less.
Thank you very much for a nice lecture. The next speaker is a professor of environmental science at Charles University. He is the director of Environmental Center, and he is going to tell us why and how we should restore our planet. Jan Frouz.
So basically, I would like to thank the previous speaker who very nicely introduced concept of how the ecosystem, how the nature is actually essential for our well-being. And the human activity in many places of our world actually lead to suppression of that activity, of that ability of nature to support our well-being, to offer something what we call now ecosystem services. So that's various goods and services we are taking from nature. So that's why United Nations declare this decade by decade of ecosystem restoration, and there is an aim to restore ecosystem to be able to provide a nature-based solution, which was so nicely introduced in previous talk. And in my talk, I would actually speak about how nature can restore its own abilities, so how we can use natural processes in a way of restore ecosystem, and how we can learn from these natural processes to make our restoration more efficient. So basically, if you look on the nature, we see that disturbances was always part of the natural processes. And the nature was always used to deal with disturbances. It goes even farther. So many actually ecosystem or many components of ecosystem was deeply dependent on disturbances. So this is, for example, post-fire sequence in North American forest. This is picture from Yellowstone National Park, and if you want to see, black bear, you will stop there because they are concentrated there because they depend on specific condition this post-fire ecosystem offer, and many other iconic megafauna actually depends on this after disturbance condition. That's actually why, the pre-agriculture human society often support these disturbances, like you can see on this fire in, Kalahari region, but the same is done by North American Indians, by native Australians, and they basically supported frequency of disturbances to produce ecosystem which support these iconic big herbivores. Interestingly, which onset of agriculture society, we change the regime, how disturbances often, and we actually change our landscape. So instead of frequent disturbances, which however have very weak effect on ecosystem, they wasn't really so disturbing, because you didn't burn all the vegetation, you didn't burn the soil, and the ecosystem was really able to recover very quickly. We change our landscape to create disturbances which occur less frequently, but they have very devastating effect when that happens. Yeah? So you can see here example of forest in Florida after low intensity fire and after high intensity fire. And this high intensity fire can be actually supported by the way that we are prevent long-term occurrence of forest, because when we do that, in large area of the forest, the high amount of fuel will accumulate, and when eventually the fire will come, it will be much more intensive. Yeah, this was nicely tested in the United States when in 1930s they decided they will extinguish any fire next day after they was reported, and longer they did that, the more difficult it was, and it actually produced the production of this mega fire, which are very difficult to eliminate and combat. So they slowly, gradually came to the conclusion that they have to actually allow some prescribed burning, some occurrence of these disturbances in natural landscape. And this is quite universal. We do the same with flood. We eliminate a lot of small flood in our landscape, and then we actually promote occurrence of big flood wave when actually that happen. So basically, the natural system is adapted to certain disturbances. The often is more frequent and less intensive disturbances, and the regulation system is decentralized. It's many small patches which arrange that. In contrary, we actually try to prevent these disturbances to happen, and as a consequence of that, we efficiently eliminate small disturbances which wouldn't be so problematic, but enhance probability of occurrence of something more severe, which would be more difficult to deal with. And also way how we do that, we, let's say, build a dump, or we focus on some high intensive operation in small space rather than large scale solution. So far I'm speaking about disturbances, but important part of our planet get actually disturbed, not only disturbed, but because degraded. And just to explain the difference, so degradation basically start chain of processes which gradually lead to decreasing of conditions. So if you have overgrazing, you support erosion. Supporting erosion, you lose vegetation. By that, the grazing gets more severe, erosion gets more severe. Eventually, you will lose all the soil you have. And it's very difficult to return that system to its original stage. So that's why actually this United Nations declared this decade of restoration. So basically, these natural systems they were adapted to certain disturbances, and they can move along this disturbance gradient. However, we can shift the system from their original stage, we can modify it, and the system can be still functioning for quite some while. But then, if we push even further, we can cause degradation, and it will be actually very difficult to restore it. And in many cases, in many systems, the natural recovery processes might still work to help us to restore degraded ecosystem, while in other, they might not be effective. And I will actually try to give some examples what we can learn from natural processes of ecosystem restoration. Firstly, I would just mention what we did to transfer the natural ecosystem to something else. You know, this was already mentioned there, and the people, when they think about ecosystem transformation, they usually think about tropical rainforest as something which is heavily degraded or heavily, you know, transferred by human, deforested in this case. But actually, in this graph, we see different ecosystems around the world, and we see how big area of this ecosystem was protected, how much we try to keep in that natural stage, how much we actually transfer by some human use to make arable land or something else. And they are organized by proportion. So this is less protected and most transfer, and this is most protected and less transferred. And not really surprisingly, most protected ecosystems are those which we cannot, you know, take so much from them, like tundra, taiga, deserts. So these we are very good in protecting them and not much transforming them. And the ecosystem which was already heavily transformed by human, that's our ecosystem which are around us. So temperate grassland, broadleaf forest. So that's basically most ecosystem which we usually have or used to have in European landscape, or subtropical dry forest. And then somewhere in the middle are this rainforest, alpine meadow, and similar ecosystem. So what we actually do, you know, we do many things when we transform the ecosystem, but we should really think more about the mechanisms, how we do that. So one of the biggest transformation of ecosystem is related to agriculture. And actually, most of our food depends on annual plants. Yeah, there is about 50,000 species of eatable plants. We domesticated about 100 of them. And most of them which we used are annual plants. So why we like annual plants so much? Because they actually put a lot of energy in harvestable part. Yes, they produce seeds. Let's say wheat here, 60% of assimilate put to seeds which we can harvest. If we compare that to, let's say, chestnut, which produce, you know, seeds with similar energy content, the amount of assimilates which is invested to the seeds is negligible. Yeah, and it's because that perennial plant actually invest a lot of energy in a building of soil, in protecting themselves against herbivore. So basically it protects environment in which the plant live. And they invest a lot of energy to be able to live there next year as well. The annual plants, they don't do that. And they actually relate to some kind of disturbance, some kind of action which creates suitable condition for that plant. And if we want to grow them, we have to constantly disturb the ecosystem, and we have to improve quality of the habitat for that plant. And that's basically the principle of agriculture. And so we have to constantly add some energy, and this amount of energy is, by the way, constantly increasing. Yeah? Less people work in agriculture, less people can do the agriculture, more people they need to feed, the less is this activity efficient. Yeah? We need to spend more energy to get the same amount of food. And this actually also have effect on how the ecosystem works. So if we look on this ecosystem, which are dominated by perennial plants like forest or meadow here, this ecosystem actually have large amount of reserve. There is large amount of reserve in biomass, in soil, so the ecosystem can easily recover after some disturbance. However, this agriculture system is actually made to, you know, have high production, which is sometimes even bigger than constant average biomass, and we remove all that, yeah? and then we actually supply a lot of nutrients and a lot of additional energy to compensate. So this system is actually make less stable compared to natural system. And until we use it, then it can be, usable, but actually for some soils, they might get degraded by that use, by erosion and other processes. So we actually increase risk of that. And certainly, this goes to much more global processes. So I said we need to supply nutrients, and long term we actually struggle to supply nutrients, and the population, the human population, start to grow substantially in 50s past century, when we actually learn how we can fix nitrogen, which is limiting element for plant growth, from atmosphere. And since that, the human population increased substantially, and there are calculations that if we didn't do that, if we didn't discover, the way how to fix nitrogen from atmosphere, the human population today would be about half what we have today. And once we learn that, the use of mineral fertilizers actually skyrocketing as well as the yield, but this certainly have many other consequences to ecosystem functioning. We increase eutrophisation, which makes us struggling to provide, drinking water in many places. And it affects diversity because too much nitrogen, suppress plant diversity. As you can see on this graph, there is a total number of nitrogen added compared to number of species in certain type of meadow. And certainly, this is associated to other global effect like global warming, which is well known, and I wouldn't really speak about that so much today. And it affects negatively biodiversity. Yeah? So intensification of the land use actually leads to decrease of biodiversity. And it was actually already mentioned that we know what's the consequence, what's the reason for that, what's the major causes of that. And one of the causes which was mentioned was actually homogenization of the landscape. And I think we really need to understand better, to find sensible solutions, we need to understand better the mechanisms of these interactions. So basically, this is border between Czech Republic and Austria, and you can see we can be proud of having much bigger fields than in Austria, and we also have much bigger farms. This is average size of farm in Czech Republic, and this is average of European Union. And well, that's actually there's political reason why is that, because we have too bigger farms in communist time, and that big fields are derived from that. But actually, these big fields, in agronomy perspective, they have some reason. I already show you the graph that we have less and less people working in agriculture, and we need to feed more and more urban dwellers. So we need to actually intensify the work, make the human labor more efficient, which means we need to effectively use machinery. And this blue graph here show relationships between efficiency of machinery use and field size. And certainly, if you have very small field, the efficiency of machinery use is lower than you have bigger field. In the contrary, diversity or protection against erosion decrease as this dotted line show here. So when you see this graph, you see it's very difficult to find a compromise just by simple moving size of the field. So we have to understand what's behind this size of the field, and we can see that actually field margins are the most important areas which provide most of these ecosystem services other than production, which support diversity, which actually help to combat erosion, and so on. So instead of trying to find the optimal size of the field, we can try to change the shape of the field, and we can have many inserted, let's say, strips of hedgerow or other vegetation, which would actually still allow machinery to move back and forth, but on the other hand, provide habitats and increase, area of these margins. Interestingly, and it was already nicely shown in this urban example, we use ecosystem very intensively, even in a way when we don't need to. This example is a nice lawn, many, particularly American families, but also European families would be proud of. You see there is no weed, no other plants, just nice, green lawn. And we basically spent about 100 kilograms of nutrients and about 2 meters of irrigation to keep that lawn. And, compare that to this nature-close vegetation which some strangers in Arizona, in Phoenix, keep in front of the house. They actually, it's like tenfold of water and tenfold of nutrients what you need to keep your lawn nice and green, and you actually get huge amount of production you don't need. You fertilize, you mow just in order you can get it more often. And well, you might see this is just marginality, but actually in the United States, the area of irrigated home lawns exceeds 3 times area of irrigated maize, which is, the most widespread irrigated crop in the United States. So it actually strongly affects, nitrate leaching and a lot of environmental effects. So this is another example when we can use this nature-based solution, as was already introduced by Luc before. Okay, what is the capacity of nature to restore really heavily degraded ecosystem? So we have these post-mining sites when there is basically just overburden. And the question is, if there is some potential for nature to restore that, and if that can bring us some benefit. So I already showed that the nature can cope with very strong disturbances. And I think we really should try to change our mindset and try to look on any catastrophe in a similar way as a nature, because this fire actually released the nutrients which plant can use. So there's many plants adapted to that. And so there is always a possibilities to benefit from that particular situation. And what should be highlighted, this should be really context-specific and site-specific. So these are not really universal solutions. But for example, in mining sites, one of the things which is nice is high ability to store carbon, because this overburden is very far from saturation, really do not have so much carbon, which means many things, poor functioning and so on, but it also means you can store a lot of carbon there. So if we actually manage that some vegetation grows there, you can store about 2.5 tons of carbon per year and hectare. If you reforest arable land, you get like 300 kilos of carbon per hectare a year, yeah? So we have about 3.9% of heavily degraded ecosystem across Europe. And if we use that sequestration potential in these areas, it will be the same like if we afforested, 20-25% of our arable land in Europe, which, well, is unlikely to do because of food security and all that, yeah? I just want to illustrate that potential. And certainly, I already say that putting too much nutrients make ecosystem less diverse, and these mining sites are usually having very low amount of nutrients. So in many cases, they are actually hotspot of diversity, and they can actually support species of plant and animals which do not occur in surrounding landscapes. So this is another example of opportunity we can use when restoring something heavily degraded and when we are going to use natural processes to do the work. So this is just two pictures of post-mining land in southern, in southern Illinois, and one of those was actually restored by technical reclamation. So we spent a lot of effort and money and introduced the vegetation there, and the other was done by natural processes. So we just left the ecosystem to restore themselves. So can you bet which picture was achieved by technical intervention and which picture was actually, achieved by natural processes? So who would think, the left picture was achieved by technical intervention? Okay, and who would believe the other ways around? Good, very good. So majority actually see. So this is technical intervention. This is correct, and you can see that because you have white oaks here. Yeah, white oaks have a seed, so it's difficult to flow by air. While these trees, mostly were blown by air. So this is the way how you can kind of recognize it. But on the first look, it's not so easy. And this is an example from Czech Republic, and this is how the ecosystem developed over time, by succession in post-mining land here in northwest Bohemia. And basically, in 40 years, you have forest, a pioneer forest by pioneer species, and in 90 years, you have oak beech forest, which is close to local climates, what we expect. And you can get very similar results by technical reclamation, and basically you don't get that all the case. I already say you need specific condition for nature to work. So for example, in this particular example, the specific condition is that we really keep the sites rough and loose after heaping. And this creates a lot of safe spaces, a lot of nice conditions for vegetation to establish. When we do just a very simple things, we take our bulldozer, make it nice and flat. What we get would be, continuous cover of ruderal grasses, and we will have really much more difficult position to, let's say, restore forest there if we want to. I already mentioned that these native plants, conserve flat nutrients. This picture shows they are more resistant to drought. And surprisingly, they also offer better conditions for next generation of trees. Yeah. So this is basically my students map, the beech seedlings in this green areas, which are successional sites, and in this pink area, which are reclaimed sites, and we found over 300 seedlings in that successional site and one in reclaimed sites. This was, by the way, statistically highly significant. And the reason for that actually is that when we plant this alder, like this mining company did, we kind of provide too much nutrients to the soil, so we improve our ecosystem too much. And this is not suitable for these trees, which are usually not growing in so much nutrient-loaded soil. So basically, if I want to conclude, the nature have many abilities to restore themselves, and we can learn from that to modify our reclamation practices. I'm not saying that we should, let nature to do the job everywhere, but in many cases it's useful. And we actually need deeper understanding how the nature work and what we can learn from that. We also need a long-term perspective You know, one of the problems when we restore, let's say, mining site is that the company is focusing to have closed canopy as quickly as possible. And this closed canopy, which you have in 10 years, often make your trees very thin, and you have difficulties to keep that forest healthy and productive down in the road in next 50 years. So this is the way that different regulators with different approaches, you know, control the system in different times with different assumptions, and they might not actually show to be best for long-term benefit. And we also should carefully look on opportunities each situation bring. Yeah, certainly, you know, we say in many cases this is a catastrophe, but nature is used to work with catastrophe, and many catastrophes contain some opportunities, and we should use them. And certainly, we also kind of change mindset compared to nature solutions, because many times the people don't like them just because they get feeling they don't have everything under control. And if they do nature to do so, they kind of lose control, you know. And as I said, we cannot do that everywhere, so with deeper understanding, we can do that quite safely. So with that, I would thank you for your attention, with little promotion on the book, and you can read much more about what I just presented here, and I will be happy to answer any question maybe during break or.
Thank you very much, Mr. Professor. The upcoming lecture on European forests, their management and biodiversity is going to be delivered by Warsaw University Professor Bogdan Jaroszewicz.
Thank you. Okay, good morning, everyone. I'm going to start with the quite general statement. It's difficult to be positive, to sound positive, when we live, in the matter of fact, in the times of crisis. And I'm going to speak about the sustainability of European forests, of the management of European forests, which is called sustainable, but in many cases it is not sustainable, which I will show on exact examples. In my case, it's also difficult to speak positively when I'm living and working right at the eastern border of Poland and European Union. What is sustainable forest management? Generally, it's kind of the stewardship and use of the forest, which allows to maintain their diversity now and in the future. These are the most important points from my point of view, and this is the official definition of sustainable forest management developed by Ministerial Conference on Protection of Forests in Europe. But at the beginning, I want to turn your attention also on the fact that the top 10 global risks developed by World Economic Forum in January 2022 points the biodiversity loss as the third important risk for our sustainability. And that was already during the times of the crisis on the eastern border of Poland. That's a picture from Białowieża forest, which is now cut by the wall, which stops any migrations of animals. It's 180 kilometers long fence, which doesn't allow any migrations. But during the last decade, thousands of such fences were built at the borders of our countries. And that was before the war in Ukraine started. And that's important from the point of view of European forests, because just during this year, 1/3 of Ukrainian forests have been damaged or completely destroyed. And the nature generally is in jeopardy because of the decisions taken by us I don't mean just politicians. Each of us takes the decisions each day which influence biodiversity. And I agree, we need to change our mindsets. We need to change our approach to nature. And forests are very important because globally, about 80% of biodiversity is hosted by forests, I mean terrestrial biodiversity. And owing to this biodiversity, forests supply many ecosystem services to our socioeconomic system. So it increases human well-being, human richness, but that creates many pressures which influence the forests negatively. So it's like negative cycle which is going on. And forests are important not just as a source of materials. We must start to think about the forest as a part of so-called One Health approach, which in generally says we can't have healthy societies without healthy environments, without healthy forests, and without healthy animals, healthy wildlife living in the forest. And that was proved during the last years by many articles. I'm going to show just one example from Germany. Last year, a publication which shows that mental health of people strongly depends on plant species and bird species richness. And what was very interesting, it is that it doesn't depend on economic richness of the country. No matter the country is one of the poorest in EU or the richest in EU, the higher bird species richness, the higher life satisfaction, which means the higher mental health of the citizens. But in Europe, deforestation started already 3,000 years ago. And it peaked in half of 19th century when deforestation was the largest. And for the last 200 years, we are reversing the trend. And that's very positive. Owing to this, Europe is recently covered by about 35% by forests, and that allows for sequestration of 155 million tons of carbon annually, which is about 10% of our emissions. Forests are also very important as places for recreation, for restoration of people. 70% of European forests are available for publics. And they are also an important source of fibers, of wood, which is consumed very intensively in Europe. Per capita, we consume over 1 cubic meter of wood per year. What is important to understand that these services are in conflict. If we are increasing wood production, we are, in the matter of fact, decreasing stocks of the carbon in the long term, and we are decreasing recreational value of the forest. And that's known for the long time, that if we try to maximize economic function, so wood production, we degrade biodiversity. And something what is called sustainable forestry, it's the integrative approach where foresters are trying to maximize both functions in the same time and in the same place, which is not possible, obviously. So usually sustainable forestry is something here, not exactly where these lines cross. So in my opinion, we definitely need in Europe more places with the separation of the functions, with the forests protected just for the biodiversity and forests which will produce wood for our economy. And how important is forest biodiversity? It was shown during the first lecture very well. I'm going to show just a few examples. This is this year publication by my team where we proved that mushroom productivity depends on the biodiversity of mushrooms in the forests, but biodiversity of mushrooms generally depends on diversity of trees. So generally diversity is important. This example was shown during the first lecture, so I'm not going to elaborate it further. The study by Frouz showed that the highest biological diversity is found in national parks and special forest reserves, so in the places which are not managed or which are managed in with very moderate intensity. And if we look at the map of Europe, it turns out that close to 24% of forests are protected. That's very positive, but it's just statistical result. Because if we look at the way of this protection, in most of the countries, blue colors dominate, which means landscape conservation or conservation via active management. So we are still trying to garden biodiversity in forests. And of course, protected areas are important not just for biodiversity, they're also important for the mitigation of the climate change. Just two papers, one which is showing that protected areas provide higher thermal buffer against climate change than managed forests, and the second one that forests, rich biodiversity forests alleviate human thermal stress during the high temperature seasons. Generally in Europe, share of the forests which are protected for biodiversity in most of the countries is quite low. And what is quite, let's say, challenging is that the lowest levels of protection for biodiversity is present in the north, central, and southeastern countries of the EU, which host the highest percentage of forests undisturbed by man. We, in Eastern Europe, we are still logging the last patches of pristine or very well preserved forests, which is very bad because what forest management does, it reduces the forest life cycle by 60 to 80%. In most of the countries, the logging age is between 80 to 120 years, while life cycle, in which all of the trees are replaced, is at least 300 to 400 years long. And the highest diversity of typical forest specialists is in this second part, which we are simply losing if forests are intensively managed. And the bad information is that most of such species are not well known from the ecological point of view. We don't know, in the matter of fact, how to protect them via active management. They need undisturbed forests. So we simply should protect at least so-called primary European forests, which were estimated by Sabatini for 41 million hectares, so a huge area, but consider that most of them are not in EU, they are in Russian Federation. The amount of primary forests in EU is on the level of about 1.5 million hectares, so it's much, much lower. And what forest management does for such a forest is not just decreasing of biodiversity, but also it decreases their stability and their, I may say, construction on which diversity may develop. Very important part of old forests are large or monumental trees. And this is our study from Białowieża forest, where in national park, densities of large trees is like 1.5 tree per hectare. It's a really huge ancient tree. And in the same forest, just outside of the national park, where silviculture is applied for 100 years, those densities are 100 times lower. And in the rest of Europe, Polish forests, even 10 times lower. And that's because forest management reduces the population of trees, and the lower number of trees in population, the lower chances that some of them will reach advanced age and large sizes. I think that's obvious for any population ecologist. And such trees, ancient trees, are very important because they host many so-called tree-related microhabitats, which are important substrates or places to live for many organisms from many taxonomic groups. But something what is very often omitted is that large trees, when they grow in the same place for several centuries, they change the environment locally. They cast litter each year, they excrete some biochemical components to the soil, and that develops very specific community of organisms, microorganisms. So aside of the ancient trees, we sometimes start to talk about ancient soils under such trees. Many of such organisms are mycorrhizal fungi, and in Canadian taiga, they mapped connections between just one ancient tree and several dozens of other trees growing around, connections by mycorrhizal fungi. So they are connected. They sometimes support each other by exchanging the nutrients. So, in my opinion, absolutely the management of European forests in most of the cases is not sustainable from a biodiversity perspective now, and certainly it doesn't give any positive let's say, possibilities for the future. What we do instead, we increase production of roundwood. During the last 2 decades in Europe, the roundwood production increased by 20%. Of course, it depends on the country. There are just a few countries where wood logging decreased, and that's done on the cost of annual increment. We log more and more annual wood increment. In Sweden, they already log over 90% of annual increment, which means that less and less wood is accumulated in nature. And wood is a carbon store. So it is quite optimistic that the European Commission is aware of the fact that in the documents of European Commission, they clearly state that Europe's nature is in alarming decline, with more than 80% of forest natural habitats in poor condition. And that's really very well visible here on this graph, where you may see that, of course, there are some habitats which are even in poor conditions, like dunes, but in case of forests, just 12% of forest habitats are in favorable conditions. So over 80% are in unfavorable or even bad condition. Of course, it depends on the biogeographical region. For example, the Macaronesian bioregion has quite good situation, but boreal forests are one of those in the poorest conditions. And analysis made in my country, in Poland, turned out that the main pressure, main risk for Natura 2000 forest habitats is forestry, is forest management, which changes structure of the ecosystem, which decreases their biodiversity. So the Green Deal, which will be discussed afternoon, is very important for our safety, for our health, especially that it includes this part which is preserving Europe's natural capital, which is going to be implemented by biodiversity strategy, which aims to protect 30% of European land, including 10% under strict protection. This 30% of protection and 10% of strict protection is not a really high expectation. According to scientific papers, scientific analysis, we, in the matter of fact, need to protect half of the planet and 20% in strict way by 2050 if we are going to survive. So the European Union developed also a new forest strategy, which calls for strengthening the protection, resilience, and regeneration capacity of forests via several points. And I want to discuss here just a few of them. One of the basic one is the promoting sustainable forest management, encouraging sustainable use of wood-based resources. Because in spite of the fact that we are logging more and more, we don't use wood in a sustainable way, because 36% of the harvested wood in Europe is going directly to power plants, and it's burnt. There are some countries in Europe which are very dependent on wood energy. These are mainly Scandinavian countries. But what was very striking for me is that in 21st century, with high technology, the amount of fuel wood used in European countries is increasing very rapidly. And that's a case of almost all countries. There's just one country, Italy, which decreased amount of fuel wood and share of fuel wood in general production. And indeed, in Europe, consumption of fuel wood and consumption, in this case, of pellets, is increasing. And generally, it is the highest among other geographical regions. And we do it, we increase this amount by higher logging rates, but also by a higher import of wood from outside. When I talk about the fuel wood, it's not the whole story. At least in Poland, in my country, the fuel wood is just about 11% of annual harvest. But wood for production of energy, including fuel wood, that's half of what we log in the scale of the country. And this is not just case of Poland, which is maybe not really developed. But this graph shows very clearly that increase in the amount of log wood is consumed by volume of wood used for production of energy. The same you may see in case of analysis for Germany. 50% of wood biomass is used for production of energy and for house heating in 21st century in the face of climate crisis. Going further, the next point of this strategy calls for a higher carbon storage and sequestration. And in this case, forest sciences already showed a long time ago that maximum of sequestration, maximum rates of sequestration take place in the young stands, 30 to 70 years. So from this point of view, logging and planting of trees is what we should do if we are thinking just about sequestration. But if we think about the storing of carbon, storing takes place very long time, and the older stand up to the certain limit, the more carbon is stored in the stand. So there is a, let's say, conflicting situation. In young forests, we have high carbon sequestration, but old forests offer more stable carbon store in the long term, and that includes especially carbon stored in the soil, organic carbon. In many media, you may see such a graph which suggests that it doesn't matter what is wood cycle. In nature, when wood dies, the carbon is released, so we may use it for burning, for energy, or we may use it to substitute those materials which need a lot of energy to be produced. But in the matter of fact, it is not like that, because if in the forest we allow for trees to grow, they grow for centuries, and the carbon in their stems is stored for centuries. Then when they die, they release carbon very slowly. It takes in temperate climate about 40, 50 years to decay for a log of the tree. If we log it and burn for energy, we release this carbon in hours, and it's back in the air. So on one side, many economists especially say that wood used for production of energy is zero emission if management is sustainable. But if it is not sustainable, in the case of forest ecosystems, then the wood emissions are the highest per unit of energy among all of the other fuels. To produce 1 kilowatt of energy, emissions are the highest from the wood. So it's a question, if we are really talking about the closing cycle, or we think in the perspective about removing carbon from the atmosphere. If we use wood for energy production, we are not removing carbon from atmosphere. Especially in Europe, it's dangerous when you analyze the sources of pellets, sources of the fuel wood. So most of the pellets in Europe is produced in Eastern Central countries, and they are exported to Western countries where they are used for fuel and energy production. And the problem is that in many cases, such a pellet is produced from the wood logged in the patches of pristine forests in protected areas, which should not take place, obviously. And this demand for wood, for fuel wood, increased recently due to so-called energetic emergency. And it was used already by, for example, Hungary to bypass some environmental safeguards. They pass in July the new law which allows for logging in protected areas to tackle gas crunch, which again, in my opinion, should not take place because it's very short time seeing of the problem. So the next point about the planting of 3 billion trees in Europe sounds very positive because sequestration will be quite quick. It will enlarge forested area, so also carbon store will increase. But most of the people do not think globally. and we must imagine that we are, in the matter of fact, exporting our negative effects out beyond the limits of Europe. In the years 1990-2014, European forests increased by 12.6 million hectares, but at the same time, in other places on the globe, 11 million forests were logged, deforested, just to supply crops to Europe. We must change our mindsets. We must start to think globally and about all of the effects of use of biodiversity, especially forests. That's the situation, how it looks in Asia, in Europe. Forests are expanding, but in most diverse South African and South American forests, they are losing the areas, and we are not able, it's not possible to compensate loss of the forests in tropics by planting boreal or temporal forests. They do not match from the point of view of biodiversity, for example. So the last 2 points which are important in EU strategy is establishing of instruments for ecosystem restoration and protecting EU's remaining primary and old-growth forests, which are very good directions, and European Commission's proposed this year nature restoration law, which requires member states to achieve increasing trend in 6 indicators connected to forests: increasing amounts of standing and lying deadwood, increasing share of forest with uneven age structure, increasing forest connectivity, increasing index of common forest birds, and increasing stock of organic carbon. We cannot reach these aims, these goals, by the way of management of forests, which now we call sustainable, because it is simply unsustainable. So the first step, in my opinion, is really protection of the all patches of so-called primary forests in all countries, and protection of them in a strict way, so they may feel at least part of those 10% of strict protection which is planned in biodiversity strategy. Probably it will be quite difficult to implement, because in many countries, especially in Western Europe, the share of privately owned forests is very high. And indeed, these movements of the European Commissions are already contested by some countries. A few months ago, Sweden, Finland, Austria, and Slovenia developed ministerial 4 forest groups, which calls for securing the multifunctional of forests, which means sustainable forestry as understood recently. It calls for market-based conditions, which means economy over biodiversity. They call for a right to national self-determination of the forest policies. Fortunately, they call also for science and knowledge-based approach. So there is some place where we can meet and discuss. So summarizing a few take-home messages from my side, the most important, it's time to understand that economic growth, including forest business, cannot take place indefinitely. The growth is limited by ecological rules. Secondly, nature deserves more recognition and legal power because we depend on it. Because biodiverse forests means healthy people, healthy societies. And in this case, the One Health approach should be promoted to achieve human well-being by balancing needs of humans, wildlife, and environment. Because, for example, the keystone elements of forests, important for forest biodiversity, like old trees or dead wood, need passive nature conservation. Any sustainable forest management will not fulfill this condition. And what is very often not understood by politicians is that when we talk about the forest management, forest conservation, we must think in the time scales beyond the interest of the current political term, 4 years, or even current human generation, let's say 50 years. We must think on the scale of centuries, of future generations. And the last point, very important during recent times, emergency should always be dealt with respect to nature. There are ways to address emergencies without harming the nature. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much for a very interesting lecture. Now it's time for a little break. Lunch is served in reception halls downstairs in Carolinum, and the second block of lectures will start at 1 p.m. Okay? Thank you. Ladies and gentlemen, a lot of our speakers have been talking about that there was no questions, so don't be afraid to ask our guests. And we also make a solution that there will be like, make a deal that there will be like a small discussion after all of the lecture, okay? So let's start the second block of lectures. The first speaker of this part is a professor at Vrije Universiteit in Amsterdam, and he's going to talk about the international harmonization of climate policy and the best available tools to do so. So, Jeroen van den Bergh.
Good afternoon. Pleasure to be here. So my original title was quite long. I always advise my students keep the title short, and I didn't satisfy this condition. Then I even during the lecture decided to change a little bit the focus, so that's the subtitle. What I want to try to talk about here really is how we can overcome free riding in the climate commons. And I should also say I'm not only from Vrije Universiteit, I'm basically from Barcelona, that's where I live and work, but I originate from the Netherlands, so I'm also still tied to my old university in Amsterdam. Okay, so I'll skip all the talk about climate change, what it is, and I want to go quickly to the core of the issue. So emissions and predictions of warming, that is something that interests us who are thinking about policy. So if we look at the left graph, it shows the historical emissions since the Industrial Revolution. And you see, despite the fact that some people are saying, yeah, we're reducing emissions globally, well, it's hardly visible. We're increasing still. And you also see that the composition of emissions is changing. So Europe and the US are not growing much or declining slightly. But of course, in Asia, especially China and India, they're increasing their emissions. So the net result is we're not reducing emissions. And that's a bit ironic because we've been talking about climate change for 30 years. We have so-called climate policies in place for quite some time now, and we don't see the effects. That should concern us. And that's basically what my lecture is about. And if you look at the right graph, you see the results of various model studies to predict how the temperature will be in the year 2100. Yes, so 80 years from now. And you see that it's a broad range from 2 degrees to 4 degrees. The yellow parts are the most interesting because they reflect what we can expect if we satisfy the Paris Agreement. You know, the Paris Climate Agreement has settled basically what countries will do in the coming decades. And if we do that, then we will stay in the range of 2 to 3 degrees. So we won't necessarily stay within 2 degrees, or certainly not within 1.5 degree, as is the target, the official target of the Paris Agreement. Now, we will exceed that. But this is still optimistic in the view of many people, and myself included, because the Paris Agreement consists of pledges, promises, and there are no policies implemented right now that are consistent with these pledges. Not in any country. Often people say immediately, not even in Sweden, because Sweden is often regarded as the most ambitious, the more forward-striving country, but even Sweden doesn't achieve it. There are other problems also with the Paris Agreement I will talk about. So my guesstimate is that we will probably go to 4 degrees. Still, we're on track to 4 degrees. And this raises the question, why is the solution to climate change so hard? And I think we should address that question more in reality, because people are talking about, we have to do this, we have to do that. Well, we've been talking like that for decades and we're not doing it. So there is a fundamental issue to be solved here. Well, there are 2 main reasons why solving climate change is difficult. One is, that should be obvious, we're hooked on fossil fuels. Our economy depends completely, 80–90% on fossil fuels, and there is no quick, cheap substitute for fossil fuels. Some people say, yeah, we can quickly go to renewables. No, we cannot quickly go to renewables. We can see that. It's very difficult, actually. It's also not so cheap as people think. Wind on land is one thing. In the Nordic countries, they go to sea now. It's 2 to 3 times as expensive. And also, investing tremendously in renewables will eat up a lot of fossil fuels. It doesn't come for free. Same with the electric vehicles. Building electric vehicles, we basically do with fossil fuels. So electric vehicles over their life cycle are not clean, they're not zero emissions. Okay, that's one problem. I could talk a long time about it, but I don't want to do that. I want to focus on the other dimension of the problem, and that is the fact that climate is what economists and also political scientists and psychologists call a public good. It's something we share. And since the climate is public good, climate change is a public good, or even a public bad, that term also exists, and it means the solution to climate change also is a public good. And what does that mean, public good? Well, public good means, in technical terms, there's non-rivalry and non-excludability. Non-rivalry means you can enjoy the good simultaneously. When you enjoy the climate, good weather, bad weather, other people can enjoy it too. We don't exclude each other. That's distinguished from private goods. If you have trousers, only one person fits in it, unless it's a very big trousers. But basically, trousers is a private good. Now, there is a degree to private and public goods character. So here, blue jeans is private. Spectator sports is interesting. Yeah, you can watch football, a football match with many people. That more people watch doesn't mean that you can not enjoy it. No, in fact, it's interesting, there's a positive synergy. More people, more fun. And the most public good character you find in these two examples. Traditionally in the textbooks, you mentioned defense, national defense, and the climate, interestingly. National defense, you can be a pacifist against armies. You don't want your country to have an army. Well, most other people think differently, and therefore countries have an army, and you cannot be excluded from being guarded by that army, even if you wanted it. That's typically of a public good. You cannot also not exclude anybody. There's no, you cannot, for instance, with the spectator sports, we have seen now, you have to subscribe to see it. If you want to see Formula 1, an important football match, yeah, you have to pay for it. It's not free anymore. So it's not a real public goods character, it's a little bit public goods character, but you cannot exclude people in theory, but now we have managed to exclude people with modern technologies. So they're not really public goods. So all these ideas applied to climate have made a famous environmental economist who's the most expert economist on international agreements, Scott Barrett, made this statement: climate change is probably the most difficult collective action problem in human history. And I agree. And that's why we don't see a solution. We see a lot of talk, but we don't see a solution. So any solution to climate change should make sure that we limit free riding. And to take a hypothetical starting point, if the climate was a private good owned by one person or by one country, there would be no problem. We would solve it. In fact, if we would have a world government that controlled all the legislation, all the policies for the whole world, we would solve it. Because that government would take the interest of all the world's citizens into account, would be able to control emissions to the global climate, and would make a cost-benefit analysis and would say, hey, gee, it's better to reduce because the damages are huge. But now, it doesn't work like that. Climate is a public good. That means the benefits fall upon others. So, for instance, your country, Czech Republic, is a small country. I come from a small country, the Netherlands, a bit bigger, but not much. We call these countries sometimes in the literature 1% countries. They contribute 1% to the world economy, but also to emissions. So if you would be able, hypothetically, to reduce your emissions with 100% from tomorrow or next week on, that would mean a huge sacrifice. It would not be easy. But the worst is, you wouldn't see it at the global level. 1%, that's in the measurement uncertainty. You wouldn't even know for sure if that would work out on the global. So there would be no benefits even for the world, let alone for Czech Republic. So the cost is very high, and the benefits are almost zero or zero, effectively. Yeah, from a rational perspective, you free ride, you don't want to do that. And that's why all the countries are free riding. The large individual sacrifice is not worth a small individual benefit. Also for individuals, we hear a lot of talk about individuals should do more. A good climate starts with yourself. I disagree. And it's interesting, I've seen NGOs also making statements in this vein, like a better climate doesn't start with yourself, but with public policy. Your one Czech citizen, there are 10 million Czechs, I understand, would contribute 1/10,000,000th of a percent. That's 10 to the power -6. That's nothing. That's nothing. You won't see that. That's not even measurement error. That's a fraction. So free riding is not only at the level of individuals, it's at the level of countries, and that means we cannot rely on unilateral policy. And still you see a lot of debate in countries. Our country has to do more. Good intentions, I understand. But it's not going to happen. They're going to implement a lot of policies that look nice, but they're not going to be very effective, because if they're going to be effective, they're going to be damaging for the economy, for exports, and then quickly political majorities will shift. That's not a stable solution politically either. All the countries fear to harm their competitive position, and whether that's for good reasons or not, the fear is there. They're also fearful for economic growth in general. The EU is much bigger than the Czech Republic and the Netherlands, but the EU is only 15% at the global level. So if the EU would reduce its emissions with 20%, at the global level it would be just 3%. It's not very impressive. And with no direct benefits to the EU. And the EU is probably the most progressive bloc of countries in the world. And it's talking well. The EU knows how to talk well. Because what happens is also, politicians are a bit like CEOs. They are good in greenwashing. Nice stories, nice promises. They come home and they don't implement all the promises. That's how it is. Because they don't have the political majorities. Look at the US presidents. Look at Barack Obama absolutely understood the challenge of climate change in his time already. He wanted to do good things. There was no majority. Internationally, he gave always very nice speeches. We want to do this, we will do this. Biden is saying it now too. I want to see it before I believe it. And so, yeah, past climate negotiations that have been going on for many years, there are, I think we have now COP27 in Egypt. So 27 years, maybe we missed a year here and there, I don't know. So it's 3 decades, roughly. And Scott Barrett again summarized all these COP with disjunction between what countries say and what they do. This has been repeated every year since the first summit. So how can we overcome free riding? There's only one way to do that, harmonization of national policies. If we would have a global government, that would be automatically implied. All the regional national policies would be guided by the global government, but we don't have a global government. An international agreement is difficult. I will explain that in a minute. And my solution, and that of several economists now, is a climate club that can expand over time. This is probably the most realistic solution. So at the end of my lecture, I'll try to explain that. So the Paris Agreement, adopted in 2015, entered into force when 55% of the different participants ratified it in 2016. In the beginning, everybody was very positive, and then people became more critical, and now many people are very critical because it hasn't overcome free riding. And why is that? Well, it's at 2 levels. So the pledges themselves don't add up to 2 degrees. And the pledges are not translated into equivalent effective policies. And it's not surprising, because we have a world that's very diverse. We have a world, look here, we have a world that has rich and poor countries and everything in between. And we have countries that thrive on fossil fuels, that sell fossil fuels, that's their big business, and countries that import these. So there's asymmetries in 2 dimensions. And it's very difficult to get all these countries in line with these different interests. And you see that also because there are basically 4 types of pledges. And there are pledges that are fairly ambitious. If you look at the vertical axis, that says if you're above the axis, you increase your emissions. If you're below the axis, below the horizontal axis, you reduce emissions. You see for all 4 types of pledges that emissions are mostly above the axis, are going up. I could talk more about that because of the time. I won't do that. If you're interested, we could later look at that. In general, there's unwarranted optimism about Paris. As I said already, it's not only that the Paris pledges haven't been implemented, but there's another fundamental problem. Because of the diversity of the pledges, what you will get is if the rich countries manage to meet their pledges partially or wholly, that a lot of these emissions will move to other countries through changes in trade and through relocation of plants. And that has happened already with the weak policies in the past. But if we would meet the pledges, we would need stronger policies, and then you get policy differences in the world between those that have ambitious pledges and those that don't have ambitious pledges. And then, yeah, a lot of it will leak away. Another issue that is of concern is carbon or energy rebound. And that means that if you have weak policies, that these will rebound. So, for instance, rebound works in many ways. Two important ways of rebound are, one, you buy a more efficient machine, and then the use of the machine becomes cheaper, and therefore you start using it more intensively. That happened with the steam engine. Therefore, that this idea of rebound was invented at the time of the steam engine by Jevons, an economist, and it's also known as Jevons paradox, which is more than 100% rebound. Means you don't save energy, you spend more at the end due to efficiency. The second one is that if you save energy, for instance, this beamer was on the whole time during the break, which is a waste of energy. So I closed it. I'm not very much for voluntary action, but that's a little sacrifice for me, twice pushing the button and it stopped. So, but what may happen is that the university, if many people start doing that, saves money and then spends that money on something else, maybe an extra beamer or something else. So, because that's what we do. We save money, we spend it. And individuals do that, companies do that. And that is the cause of a lot of rebound. And that's why we can see that our energy use is all the time increasing. And then finally, there are negative emission technologies like coal with carbon capture, or biofuels with carbon capture, or direct carbon capture from the atmosphere. And there's a lot of hope that these can help us, but they're very optimistic. So with a colleague, we calculated these uncertainties, and we found that versus the models that don't take these uncertainties into account, the time at which we will reach 2 degrees shifts to 3 decades earlier. 3 decades earlier, not 3 years. That's the optimism about the Paris Agreement. So instead of 2080 we will reach 2 degrees in 2050, according to our calculations. One comment about the Paris Agreement more, a lot of countries have zero emission targets for 2050, 60, 80. Sounds nice, but it doesn't mean much, because what matters is how you go to the zero emissions. So you could go very fast to zero emissions, you could go very slow, increase even, then at the end, oh Jesus, we have that emission target, let's quickly turn the curve. Oh Jesus, we cannot make it. We go to the other curve, we're too late, you know? So it depends on the policy that you implement now. But now zero emissions targets are nice. It's easy for politicians that are now here, are 4 years in government, to say in 2050 we will have zero emissions. Easy said, they can never punish you for it if you don't make it, you know? So this is the new promises. That's part of free riding. Zero emissions in the future is just free riding. I don't take it seriously. So what we have to do, if we want to harmonize policies, we have to think about which alternatives we have. And here are basically the 4 main instruments that economists and policymakers talk a lot about: carbon pricing, technical standards, adoption subsidies, and information provision. We also have innovation policies, but they are of a different nature. They are complementary to all these policies. So you may want to do those in any case, but they're not regulating. These try to change the behavior of firms and consumers to reduce their emissions. So then what are the criteria to evaluate? Well, effectiveness, do they really reduce emissions? Equity, do people fairly contribute to the solution? Efficiency, is it economically sensible? Can we have a smooth transition without too much unemployment and economic costs? But there is one criterion which is more important in my view before we start talking about the others, and that is global harmonization potential. And in my view, and I will use my next slides to explain it, carbon pricing performs much better in this respect, because with a carbon price, you can compare countries easily. If you have, for instance, 100 standards, Czech Republic has 100 standards. Slovak Republic has 100 standards too, but different ones. Who knows which country has a stronger climate policy? Nobody. You need a lot of study before you can do that, before you can access it. But if they have one carbon price, anybody can compare and see it in 2 seconds. And then it will also be difficult to deviate from a harmonized policy. I could talk more about this. What this graph shows is then how the different instruments perform on these instruments. And you see that carbon pricing performs relatively well on all the criteria. The others, less well. Red is bad, orange is medium, green is good. Just to illustrate, on equity, information provision scores well, of course, because it's voluntary. If you get information, you can respond to it or not. It doesn't reduce emissions a lot. We know that from studies. Emissions will never be reduced more than 5–10% with information. How much information you give people? It's not going to, but with a carbon price, of course, if the price goes up at a certain moment, people don't have a choice. Their budget is limiting. They're going to change their behavior. One comment with technical standards, you might think, why is technical standards not so effective? Because of rebound. Because if you have a technical standard on a car, the car is more efficient, people buy a more efficient car, they start using it more, it leaks away. So in order to have an effective standard, you need to complement it with the carbon price. To say it in a different way, the standard influences the purchase behavior of machines and technology, where the carbon price regulates, limits the use behavior, the use of the technology. And then you can understand it's complementary. So never standards without carbon pricing, because it leaks away. So then, looking at carbon pricing, there are 4 classic arguments that are a lot repeated by economists. I agree with those. You change the relative prices. It's very important. So low carbon options become cheap relative to high carbon options. That is the key. You select the cheapest emission reduction options. So that's also nice. Carbon pricing leads to the cheapest solution of emissions reduction. Now, non-economists may think that it doesn't interest me much, but that also means it's good for employment, for productivity, for welfare, you know? Climate change solutions are going to be expensive enough. Pricing means also decentralization for regulation, low information needs, that's good. And of course, there's a permanent incentive for both adoption and innovation, because you want to get rid of that price, of that cost. But there are additional reasons, and I think they're just as important and may convince a broader audience. So, as I said already, international comparison and coordination is easier, free riding control. It's also complete control. Most of your emissions, if you buy something or do something, are not direct, they're indirect. They're in the life chain, they're in the production chain. If you don't make sure they arrive in the price, people cannot respond to those. And so, with carbon pricing, you have control over the whole life cycle. Also, most emissions come from market decisions, and hence price correction is logical. Well, I could say more, but because of time, I'm not gonna... the one thing here is that it is amazing that one instrument like carbon pricing has so many advantages. And I know there's a lot of people critical of carbon pricing, but honestly, we should look at those advantages. No other instrument has all its advantages, and that they should be cherished. If you're critical of carbon pricing, really look at all those arguments. There's also a lot of empirical evidence, because there is a lot of carbon pricing, not with high prices, but a lot of different types of studies show it's fairly effective. I'm not going to go, but so there's a high relative effect, which is captured by so-called elasticities. And there is, of course, a limited absolute effect, because the prices are still low. And I'll get to that. So some people say, but can carbon pricing then really achieve deep decarbonization? A new term, reduce emissions a lot. And that's, for many people, a rhetorical question, because they think it cannot. I disagree, because since carbon pricing affects all decisions by everyone in the economy, producers, consumers, investors, and innovators, and it limits rebound, indirect effects, I think it can be very effective. It's you could call it a systemic instrument. And since we need a systemic solution to climate change, we need a systemic instrument. And I also believe that there will then be a critical price which acts as a tipping point to make quick changes in our society. And then, of course, there's always the question, what is then the best form? Is it a carbon tax or a carbon market? You can say a lot about that, but I must say, honestly, I used to be pro-carbon tax, and I think a lot of economists. Then I became indifferent, and I'm strongly pro-carbon market. And I have three main reasons. First of all, carbon market is the only instrument to harmonize climate policy. And as I think harmonization to control free riding is the most important of all. Well, look at the EU. EU has an emissions trading system, a carbon market, which captures 30 countries. And it's the only climate policy in the world right now that harmonizes part of the climate policy in 30 countries. It's also difficult for governments to cancel. Look at the high energy prices we had because of the invasion of Russia in Ukraine. In many countries, they have cancelled a lot of energy taxes. Because it's easy, because it's national control. Nobody has discussed whether we should cancel the EU ETS, the carbon market of Europe. Nobody. And it had a high price. You can see here its price. The price over the last years went high. This year it's been in the range of 80 to 100. And here it started. You see here there's a big drop. That's when the Ukraine conflict started. Here we have now the predictions that the economy, global economy is going into recession, and that affects too. Makes sense. There's less demand for emission permits in a way. But you can see that the EU ETS, despite low expectations of many skeptics in the past, it has reached very high prices. So that shows it has potential. And of course, a carbon market, that's more a technical issue, is nice because it's endogenous, as we say. It responds automatically to all kinds of changes in the environment. Technological change, consumers' fashions, economic growth, inflation, shifting trade, changes in sector structure. If that leads to more demand, price goes up. If that leads to less demand, price goes down. And it's also nice because in times of crisis, it drops the price and it relieves the pressure on the system, and that's what you need in a crisis, in economic crisis time. So it will also resist crisis. It's a negative feedback that moderates economic crisis. Still, there is a lot of resistance in the broader social sciences. Some people focus on equity. They say it's not equitable, but that's a bit old-fashioned criticism. Among people who are critical of carbon pricing, still a lot of hope that voluntarism, altruism will do the job. But well, there's no evidence for that. History doesn't show evidence, and we know that it doesn't overcome free riding. So other people focus a lot on standards or industrial policy. Also there's no evidence that we are capable of doing that, and such standards and industrial policy are very sensitive to lobbying from specific industries, because most standards are industry specific, whereas carbon pricing is global, is more economy-wide, so one sector resisting doesn't have so much impact as with standards. So then there is also the opinion that people say, well, there's little support for high carbon prices. True, but that problem is more general. There's little support for any serious, stringent climate policy. And that's because of free riding. So the problem is not carbon pricing, the problem is free riding. And finally, equity needs a nuance, because many people think carbon pricing is inequitable. I understand that. If you have a carbon pricing without any complementary action, prices go up, poor people will suffer. But carbon pricing also generates automatically revenues, and those revenues can and are already in reality, there are many examples of that, used to compensate poor households. And that's also the advice of all the economists and others. If you have a carbon pricing instrument, link it immediately to income compensation for poor households. By the way, other instruments are inequitable, but you never hear people about that. For instance, adoption subsidies for electric vehicles and rooftop solar PV. They go not to poor households. Poor people, the most poor people don't have a car, don't have a house. They don't have their own house. So they cannot even enjoy these subsidies. But people never talk about it, interestingly. That doesn't mean you have to be against those subsidies, I'm not saying that, but I'm saying if we talk about inequity, let's be fair about all instruments. Also, carbon pricing revenues are interesting on a global scale, because in Paris, all the rich countries have promised climate finance to support the poor countries. And we're still struggling for that. The COP27 now in Egypt is dealing a lot with that issue because it's not unsolved. If you would have a carbon price uniform among countries, you would generate those revenues and you would leave that discussion aside. You would institutionalize globally those revenues. It would make life much easier for everyone. These revenues would be independent from political changes at the national level, and now they are not. So we have done public opinion studies, myself and others, and you can learn interesting things. What is confusing a little bit is that although people express concern for inequity, inequality, uneven distribution, if you ask them how to use the money from carbon pricing, they prefer to earmark it for climate projects, whatever that means. Climate projects often, the most concrete example is investing in renewable energy. But what this misunderstands is that if you have a carbon price to regulate emissions, and you do that well, you don't need these revenues to be spent on climate projects, because the solution is the prices that change. You could still spend your money on other things, but it's not really the solution. But many people think that the financing of carbon pricing is the main role, and that the revenue should be used to solve the climate problem. But that's not true. It's the carbon price that changes the prices for low and high carbon alternatives itself. And also this climate project is confusing. Many people think government should invest more in renewable energy. But do you know how expensive renewable energy is? These projects are so tremendously expensive, you need big investors. That's not something, and of course there are examples. A city has a windmill, one windmill. City, Barcelona may have one windmill with a population of 5 billion people. Come on, that's laughable, but people really talk about it seriously. Eh? Yeah, but let's be realistic. That's not going to be the solution. Governments are not going to pay for renewable energy. No way. And of course, I've spoken a lot about climate policy, carbon pricing, but I have to say immediately, we need other instruments. But we need to be careful. We don't need any instruments, and more instruments is not always better. So what we need to do is we have to look. We have two instruments. We know their effectiveness. If you use them together, is their effectiveness equal to the sum, or do they have more effectiveness jointly? That would be positive synergy. Or do they have less effectiveness, or even less than one of them? That would be really unattractive. Then you should not come. In these cases, you should be careful to combine them. In this case, certainly not. And we know examples. For instance, carbon pricing and innovation support definitely have positive synergy, because one affects short more and the other more long term, but also they affect different externalities, so-called environmental versus knowledge externalities. So they're complementary and will have an effect between, well, at least a positive effect, might be a very positive, somewhere in between here. Then negative synergy also has been documented. For instance, European Union has renewable energy targets next to a carbon market. But all the electricity companies are big emitters, and therefore they're part of the European emission market. And so if you are trying to influence renewable energy by uptake by them, you will affect the carbon market, and you will never reduce emissions more than the carbon market will require, which is the cap. The only thing you will do, in the worst case, is that you substitute cheap reduction options by expensive options. So this renewable energy target, from the short-term perspective, is not good. It might have other reasons, but you have to be careful. They don't fit. If you would have a carbon tax, it wouldn't work like that, because the carbon tax is a fixed price. It doesn't respond to the renewable energy target. But with the renewable energy target, the carbon market will respond. And then another interesting synergy is social interaction. So this looks a bit complicated, so we made a model where we used traditional economics, we combined it with social networks, which is more from sociology and psychology. And the idea is that if you, through regulation or through pricing, change the behavior of some people start to behave more low carbon, something else happens as well, because other people will see that there is a shift in the economy, that some people are becoming low carbon behavior, and then they will change not because of the price, but because of the social information they get. And that will make the regulation or the carbon price more effective. And we calculated that for Spain with empirical data, and we found that the carbon price without social interactions would have to be 38% higher. So it's a significant difference. And of course, this also means that network policies, which can increase the social multiplier, the effectiveness of the social interactions, they could increase the effectiveness of carbon pricing, and therefore the two together would have a positive synergy. So, for instance, there's a lot of talk already. Intelligent meters, electricity meters, could give information about people that have the same income as you, how they use electricity, or people in your neighborhood. And that information will affect some people, not everybody, but will affect some people. So people say, Jesus, we're far above the average in our social groups. Maybe we should change our behavior a little, you know? So the practice of carbon pricing, how is it? Well, I took this most recent information from the World Bank carbon pricing dashboard. 70 initiatives, 47 countries or regions. The positive thing is many countries show interest in and have experience with carbon pricing through taxes or markets. The negative thing is that the prices are still low. And also there's limited coverage of emissions. I will show that in a second. So there are not the carbon prices that we want, authentic high prices. Of course, unilateral action will not solve this, so we need to overcome free riding. This is, again, these low prices are the consequence of free riding. So countries say, yeah, we're doing carbon pricing. Yeah, low prices is not enough. So these are the main countries with carbon prices. To the right, you see countries which have both emission markets, carbon markets, and carbon taxes. These are all in Europe. Then you have countries which only have the carbon market, they're part of the European system, and then you have countries which only have carbon taxes. And you see that carbon markets have the highest prices. What you also see is that Sweden, which is the third one, has the highest nominal or advertised carbon price. And Sweden is often mentioned like Sweden has the highest carbon price. But if you look at its coverage, it's not so good, and so it's not such a high carbon price. The genuine carbon price is low, so it's at third place. And if you look at the averages in the group of these countries, the mean price is less than €8 per ton of CO2. Imagine, economists advise a carbon price of around €100 per ton. So this is 10%. That's not doing the job. The world average carbon price, by the way, is only $1 per ton of CO2 because most countries don't have emissions still. Don't have carbon pricing still. And then we can also look at implicit carbon prices, which means that many countries have other carbon taxes that implicitly tax carbon. They are energy taxes and fuel taxes. And you see here, that's the blue part. So you see that carbon taxes are still a small part of the overall pressure through energy taxes. And what we really should, and what is interesting, Sweden is now in the middle somewhere here. Because Sweden substituted many of its energy taxes by genuine carbon taxes, which is good, but it didn't add them. And really, what is important, what countries should do is they should transform their implicit into explicit carbon prices. It's not difficult. It doesn't change the revenues a lot, and it is a better signal to consumers and producers to reduce emissions. Okay, I'm coming to the end of my lecture now. So the current climate responses and strategies to not having really effective climate policies is play the moral card. We should do more. Individuals should do voluntarily more, and countries should unilaterally do more. Countries have to do a lot. I understand that, but it's not gonna work. Because of free riding, it's not gonna work. We're gonna have a lot of nice promises from politicians, but not actions. Because voters are also not showing their willingness in their voting behavior. Of course, we see also blaming the oil companies is very popular, or urging for divestment for fossil fuels, which was several years ago stimulated very much by the British newspaper, The Guardian. All the studies that have looked if that has been effective, no, it's been ineffective. Even the Vatican promised, many universities promised, we're going to divest. You look later, they didn't do it. It's also difficult to divest because what does that mean? I mean, if you invest in general stocks that have a lot of industry, indirectly all these industries use fossil fuels, so what does it actually mean, you know? The fundamental problem is that none of these strategies overcomes free riding. There's really only one way to overcome free riding, and that is a climate club. And in fact, many past agreements have started as a club or a coalition, the most famous one being the GATT, the General Agreement on Tariffs and Trade, which is now called the World Trade Organization, started as a coalition with a limited number of countries. Why? Because you cannot get all countries in an agreement, because the interests are too different. So what is the idea of a club? Well, they have a joint coordinated policy, ideally a harmonized policy, to overcome free riding. That means a uniform carbon price and a carbon border tariff to protect their policy. And that carbon border tariff means that imports from non-members get immediately a carbon tax. So this then leads to pressure on non-members to join, and that can mean the club expands over time. That works in two ways. Political pressure, because the club can at UN meetings, the COP meetings, talk with one voice, and economic pressure through this border tariff. And to show goodwill, they could put those revenues they get through the border tariff in a climate fund or return it to the exporting countries. Shows goodwill. You might say that's strange, because if you give it back, it has no effect. Well, it has, because you change the relative prices, basically. So how do you start a climate club? Well, the ambitious countries and important trade partners could join. Europe, EU, is already kind of a club. But it's not big enough. It's only 15% of emissions globally. We need a bigger club. We should probably negotiate with the US to make a club. Eh? And EU has also already considered the border tariff. So the EU is working in that direction a bit. If you can, US can get US on board and China, not easy, but it's only two partners, simple negotiation. Then I think we would solve climate change. So I would say focus all your energy on negotiating with the US and China. That's it. It doesn't need to be more complex. If you have a club with those three, that is about, if I'm right, 40, that's almost 70% of worldwide emissions. Then economically, for most countries, it will become attractive to join. Countries like Canada and so on will quickly join. A lot of other countries will join. They will say it's better to be part of that club than to be outside it. And so this is my last slide. Here you see, then basically this results in two tracks, because you will continue the UN COP meetings. So then you have a carbon pricing club and you have UN meetings, and there's all kinds of synergies. You can talk with one voice. You can show the results of the club, that it works, that it's successful, it doesn't do economic damage. If you show a good example, others are willing to follow. So, and that might end in a full agreement around carbon pricing. That would solve free riding and the climate problem. So my conclusions are, we need more informed public debate about how to achieve effective and stringent climate policy. We need to walk away from other things. We need to talk about policy, policy, policy. And such policy requires limiting free riding, what the Paris Agreement didn't achieve. So our best chance is expanding climate club. And I want to stress also, we should be happy that we have carbon pricing, because it performs so well in all regards. I can't stress that enough. It's easy to compare and harmonize with countries. It limits free riding. It's effective because it's a systemic instrument. There is no rebound. It's efficient, so you get a smooth transition. And it's equitable because you generate revenues. Further instruments to be selected should be motivated by synergy, positive synergy. We shouldn't add instruments as if more is always better. No, it is not. Because if you have many instruments, then you complicate comparison between countries. And you get a policy paradox. You may frustrate free riding control. So more instruments may frustrate your goal of controlling free riding. So this is my story. Thank you very much for your attention. Is there time for questions, or should we go on? Yes?
Okay, thank you so much for the presentation. I would just like to ask about, because what was mostly discussed is how and what emissions are emitted by, for example, the European Union or countries themselves. But shouldn't we also focus on the fact that China contributes to the emissions, if I'm not wrong, the most? But these emissions are emitted because of our market, the European market, us as consumers who want these products that then emit emissions and carbon emissions. So shouldn't we also focus on that and the fact that we actually want these countries like China and other countries to produce these products?
Yeah. Very good question. And of course, this is known in the literature as consumer versus producer responsibility. Thing is that countries politically cannot control emissions in other countries. So we could say a lot of the production in China is for our products. So China, please control those emissions because we want clean products. so we could negotiate with China. If we would have a carbon border tariff, for instance, around Europe or the bigger club, then those products from China would become more expensive. So then automatically, whether we wanted it or not, we would buy fewer of them. And China would get the incentive, hey, clean up your products, otherwise we're not buying them in that amount anymore. So effectively, the solution of a club with a border tariff to protect its policy and also pressure the countries that are not members will do exactly what you want. It will make sure that our consumption emissions in other countries will be limited. So I think, yeah, it serves both goals, production and consumption emissions. Yeah.
My name is I'm from the University.
Higher. Louder.
Good afternoon. My name is Jan Weinzettel. I'm from the Charles University, and thank you very much for a great presentation. I really liked it.
Thank you.
I like the idea of the club, and my question is: so is it going to be implemented? Is somebody talking about that at the top EU level or in Egypt? Are we on the track towards?
Well, the answer is no. And yeah, it's sad but true. I mean, I referred also to work, I think here from, here you see Nordhaus. Nordhaus got the Nobel Prize for economics on climate policy. He wrote the most famous article, Climate Clubs Overcoming Free Riding. If a Nobel Prize winner cannot have an impact, who am I? It's sad, eh? Nobel Prize winners like Joseph Stiglitz have also very good ideas, but they're lost. And I think one reason is that if we talk about medical issues or technical issues, we respect the experts, doctors and engineers. If we talk about climate policy, any opinion counts. It seems like there's no expertise. I can say, I think I thought better about than most people about this. I'm an expert, but people won't believe me. They will say, it's just an opinion. You just have an opinion, you know? That's the problem with climate policy. It's opinions. Why? Yeah, I don't know. We could talk longer about it. Why are the experts not respected as experts? No, any opinion about climate policy, we will also have many discussions where, well, some people are experts, others are less experts, and at the end of the day, you just have a lot of opinions and a lot of noise. So but I must say, I've heard many positive responses to this idea from many corners. So maybe that's why I'm giving this lecture also. We need to make critical mass. I don't have a simple solution for that. There are people who are maybe here on the executive level of governments. Maybe they can try to influence there. I think I've tried to write in newspapers about it, so it gets attention, but not enough. Thanks.
As far as I understand, now companies are required to self-report their carbon emissions, which is supposed to be collected by the banks, where they should compile this data together. But since it's all reliant on like blaming yourself, this is my emission, so I should pay this much. What's the incentive for the companies to actually not figure out and be like, oh, our emissions just this little, and we'll ignore everything else?
True. Yeah, I agree. And therefore, that's not the way forward. On one of my slides, I also had this comment, you know, that the advantage of carbon pricing is also here, you don't need a separate life cycle analysis to identify how many emissions do you generate. You just need to make sure that the carbon cost due to the carbon price are integrated in your financial accounting of firms. That's what firms can do well. A firm that doesn't calculate its cost well will go broke. So this is what we need. I also don't see that if companies are going to report their emissions, how that's going to change. Do you think really that most consumers will not buy their products anymore? I don't think it works like that. So I don't think it's a very effective way to reduce emissions. I'm not against it. If they want to do that, fine. But that's not the way forward, I think. Better to price carbon. Yeah. Maybe because of the time, we should go further, because I think I'm eating up a lot of time otherwise. Yeah? Yes? Unless there is an urgent question, of course. But I think we're okay then. Thank you very much. Okay.
Wasn't it too much? Thank you very much too. This is not a presentation of the next speaker.
Yes.
That was yours?
Yes, it's mine.
So I will go at the beginning. Okay, so the next speaker. Forward?
Yeah.
Sorry. The next speaker is, among others, the head of the Department of Environmental Economics and Sociology of Environmental Center of Charles University. And his lecture is going to be on the topic of the impact of the European Green Deal. European Green Deal in Czech Republic. Milan Ščasný.
Okay.
Give me a second.
We are too far. It is already Karl's presentation.
Yeah, I know, but it doesn't move back.
It's frozen. Okay, so good afternoon. I'm going to talk about not optimal setup of policy, but the policy that is basically given or is a conditional on a decision taken at the EU level. So it's kind of a club decision. And the objective of my speech is really to analyze or summarize our last research on impacts of Fit for 55 policy package that is a part of European Green Deal. So I'm sorry for my voice. Hope you will understand me. Not too much mumbling. So what we got from our research is that the target, especially the emission reduction target, is achievable for the Czech Republic, but there are several issues we need to discuss and we need to really pay attention for. And that's basically the objective of my today's speech. So basically, what are the challenges of the implementation of this policy? Yeah, great, I have you my slides. What are main factors and what might be potential policy recommendations? So this presentation is prepared based on our study we commissioned for the Ministry of the Environment for last 9 months with my colleagues at the Environmental Center and also in collaboration with Cambridge Econometrics. Great. So Fit for 55 is really a policy package. It's not easy stuff. It's not easy policy, unfortunately, as Jeroen would require. It consists many instruments and many policy targets. So what is the key? It's emission trading system, ETS, that has been introduced in 2005 on the power sector, heat sector, and industrial processes. And now, there's a discussion to extend this system towards buildings and transportation. So this, in my slides, will be referred to ETS2. So basically, we are introducing a system where the firms will need to get allowance to be able to emit carbon emissions, okay? And they need to pay for this allowance. And there's also effort sharing system. Basically, European Commission set emission reduction targets for these two subsystems, for ETS1 and ETS2. And there's also CBAM, there's actually import tax or carbon border adjustment mechanism. This is basically a mechanism how to protect economy of the EU, just what you referred to, not to have very cheap products imported from China and other studies.
So that's it. It's not only about ETS, there are also other targets. You can see this is a nice, very clear and simple diagram, what is going on there. But it's nicely described, or better described in our study. So what we need to do when we need to analyze the impacts, always we need to define two words or two states of the system. So first is basically business as usual, reference, how the economy or the system will develop in the future if nothing will happen, if there is a new policy. Okay, so this is our reference scenario, and then we have a policy. For us, it's a Fit for 55. And here, we can approach the problem from two sides. First, we might believe in some trajectory of price of these allowances, okay, for this ETS1 and ETS2 system. And we just took it from European Commissions from the latest projection announced in May this year. Or secondly, we can run a model, economic model, and say, look, if there are these emissions volumes in given periods or given years, what will be endogenously determined price of these carbon emissions? And this is our second approach. Okay, so we have two different types of policy. One that we assume some trajectory of price of allowances. And second, we just put this ceiling, this cap on the emissions. So here you can see what are our assumptions. In dashed lines, it's price for ETS2 system for buildings, insulation and transportation. VEM is basically our business as usual, black line, so something's going on, even in baseline scenario. But for others, the expected price is assumed to be much higher, even reaching 400 euros per ton of CO2. That's much larger than 7, what Jeroen presented. And then you can see, before it was assumption, and here you see the first result with a yellow triangle. It's basically results from the model what the price of allowances should be if European Union should reach emission target at ETS2 sector for buildings and transportation. And here you can see for different setup of the policy, the price should be much larger, almost hitting 500 or 600 euros per ton of CO2 emissions. So this is basically a description of our policies and how what we are going basically to model. If we price emission allowances, of course we have revenues, and then there's an issue how to allocate these revenues back to the economy. So we have several options for that. So we allocate these revenues through different funds like Modernization, Innovation Fund and Social Climate Fund. Something is left also for state budget. This basically distinguish our two sub-options like low emission and high ambition. In high ambition, basically we don't recycle any revenues back through the state budget. We everything use either for climate projects like support or to compensate low-income households. So that's it. What kind of technologies we subsidize in our models from the revenues coming from priced carbon emissions. Then there are also other components of the policies we had to take into account. First, Czech Republic would like to phase out coal from 2033. Dukovany nuclear power plant will be shut down in 2045 and will be immediately replaced by a new one with a bit lower capacity. There is a ban on new registrations of conventional cars. And there are other assumptions on using or uptake renewable resources or renewable technologies. There are no imports of electricity, of hydrogen and biomass assumed, so we have to rely on our domestic resources. We also considered some consequences of the war or Russian attack of Ukraine. Basically, in some modeling scenarios, we assume there is less natural gas available, and also that the price of natural gas will remain high. So you can see 2 years ago, natural gas cost below 5 euros per gigajoule. Now it costs more than 30, and basically red lines and green lines describes our assumptions. So what we know, that our world is uncertain, and we only can work with some assumptions, okay? That's it, what modeling is about. So we have actually 3 models. First is economical models, times. Basically, we optimize the system. We would like to find least cost solutions to satisfy aggregated demand for energy services. So basically the model find the best technologies and best fuels to satisfy the demand, okay? There is no impact on economy. For that, we have a macroeconometric model, E3ME, that is a global, it covered the whole world. So we can model EU ETS at the EU level. And we can analyze impact on GDP, employment, consumption, and other macroeconomic variables. We also had the third model, computable general equilibrium model, but we only use it for specific policies. So, can be Fit for 55 targets achieved for the Czech Republic. Here you can see the result from the model, from the times. This is basically carbon budget. So carbon emissions, greenhouse gas emissions are going down, and good news is, yes, Czech Republic could achieve Fit for 55 target. You can see the compositions by sectors. So basically there are no carbon emissions in energy. There's something that remains in industry, and of course there is a problem with Czech agriculture, but it is also part of our modeling because we don't model it yet. And here is the composition by ETS1, ETS2 sector. ETS2, I remind, it's a household and transportation. Still many emissions remaining there. So good news is that at least following our assumptions, these targets can be achieved. We got the similar result from the E3ME model. There is a big problem with ETS2 sector. Basically, this specific target for ETS2 sector cannot be achieved at the EU level for net zero emission trajectory. We can only reach it if we assume very, very high carbon price that will reach 500, 600 euros per ton of CO2 by 2050. We have not been modeling climate neutrality by 2050. Still more need to be done if we need to reach these targets. For other targets, because the European Commission set 3 targets for renewable resources, we will not reach this target. We will be very close, but not there by 2030. And it's a bit also less optimistic for energy efficiency. So energy efficiency will be improved, but not so much as one would wish. So there are basically 2 very different trajectories how to reach these emission targets. In one, basically the model chooses CCS, carbon capture storage technologies, and energy efficiency, and less renewable resources. This is basically given by assumptions that the Czech electric grid cannot accept more than 1 gigawatt of new installed capacities of renewables. So we just put the cap. In E3ME model, because it's a global model, there is not such a cap. So there are more renewables, more than 3 gigawatt a year installed. So basically, this also provides a very clear message. They might be potentially 2 different trajectories, but they will be using quite different technologies. There is no hydrogen trajectory, also because we don't assume any hydrogen imports. So, what are the challenges from this exercise? This is quite complicated and heavy figure, but please just concentrate on lila here and there. So here it's basically electricity, primary energy use. Basically, this describes situation that Czech Republic exported electricity. And from 2025, this lila becomes here. It means the Czech Republic will switch from net exporter to net importer of electricity. So basically, to achieve this target, we need to rely on imports of electricity. We don't know how this electricity will be imported, but this might potentially solve our problem. Just because it might be cheaper to import electricity from European market than to generate electricity at home. Second message from this heavy figure is lower part of the figure, that basically this lila part is getting larger, okay? So this is clear message, the Czech economy will be more electrified. There will be use more electricity for heating pumps, for battery electric cars. So we need really to have more electricity. Now there's a question how to basically satisfy these new demands, whether from imports, and we need to really question whether other countries will be able really to generate and will be willing to export the electricity to the Czech Republic, or then we need to really rely more on renewable resources, but then we know that our grid will not be able to accept more than 1 giga that is not assumed in the ECRME model, because so there are not such constraints. So we need to either find a solution from abroad or really to start thinking how to improve our grid. Here you can see new installed capacity. So more or less everything will rely on more photovoltaics and wind. Of course, it will cost something. And how much it will be, really, it depends, what I already said several times. If we set these assumptions and if we believe to these assumptions on capacity of the grid, this target will not be achieved. If you like to achieve it, so we need to really solve this problem. And there's always this caveat about imports of electricity that might solve our problem, but it's, you know, it's a bit hypocrite. Okay, so that's it. What we need to really more work out in our research to collaborate with Czech electricity regulator, how the grid might be improved, what will be actually the costs. There's also the issue of nuclear power, because in our assumption we just assume that there will be new nuclear power plant built as proposed by Ministry of Industry. For me as an economist, there's always a question of whether nuclear power is really competitive technology, because it seems to be quite expensive, definitely more than 80 euros per megawatt hour, that it's expected or projected future price of electricity in the EU market. So it might happen in the future that we spend first subsidy, you know, to subsidize or to build nuclear power, and then second, you know, Czech customers will be paying more or higher electricity than customers in Germany. Okay, so for me, it's not really a closed book, or really this need to be really discussed in the Czech Republic. As I said, first trajectory is also based on energy efficiency and carbon capture and storage. So you can see the volume of greenhouse gases that might be captured and stored in different sectors already from 2030. But we know that if you like to capture and especially store carbon, we need to have legislation. And this legislation will not come in 1 or 2 years. So if really we believe in this trajectory, maybe it's the right time to open discussion how to basically deal with CCS technologies, maybe not with CCS technology, but basically with the carbon that will be captured. Passenger vehicle fleet, the stock will change. Of course, there will be more battery vehicles, especially after 2035, and conventional vehicles, the registration of conventional vehicles will be banned. So there is a never-ending discussion whether this is a good or bad technology. Also, of course, there are many issues. We conducted a survey. We found that people are not so reluctant to uptake battery electric vehicles if there are subsidies. We found that probability to buy battery electric vehicles might be quite significantly high, even for segments who don't intend to buy hybrid vehicles today. So it's up to 3–5%. But for those who are already thinking 5 years ago to buying hybrid, plug-in hybrid, battery electric vehicles, then probability might be increased by 30–40% if purchase price of battery electric vehicles will go closer to price of conventional car. So there is possible to change the market, but of course infrastructure need to be built. There is also another driver or motivation, because we know if ETS2 will be implemented, then the fuel price will go up significantly, as you see on this slide. In terms of impacts, of course, there is a direct positive impacts on air pollution. There's also many discussions on lithium and resource. Of course, this is not peanut. We should not shut our eyes. And in terms of carbon intensity, you know, many years I have been listening argument that, you know, we have dirty power plants, so there is no reason to subsidize battery electric vehicles in the Czech Republic. But this maybe was true 5 years ago, when carbon intensity was about 500 grams of CO2 per kilowatt hour. According to our modeling, it might be next year about 300 only. And, you know, we should really look more in the future, maybe what carbon intensity will be in 5, 10, 15 years, not what was 5 years in the past. And if you look at the graph, you can see that maybe in 10, 15 years, carbon intensity will converge to zero. Because of different another policies, especially ETS 1. So this is just a simulation of the market. If you're interested, I can just send you our study. Okay, this will cost some money, of course, and all of this project will be subsidized from the revenues as proposed by Commission and also by Czech government. What is however important to really know what is the difference. What is the difference compared to business as usual? Because, you know, if you have a car that is 15 years old, you are going to buy a new car anyway, if there is a Fit for 55 or if there is not. So, in the very last column, you can see the increment. That is up to 500 billions. This is a cumulative number, up to 2030. 500 billion is not peanut. It's quite a lot. But, you know, last 18 months, Czech government, I think, spent 500 billion for pandemic measures, and now it's a public debt, by the way. So, Czech government was able to spend it in 1 year. This is for 10 years, okay? And it's the same magnitude. Okay, so second issue is really, is a long-lasting discussion whether there's a crowding out effect, whether, you know, the green investment will crowd out other investment and, you know, other sectors will be capital hungry. So it may not be the case, as I will show a bit earlier, but we should also understand that different policies might have different technology mixes that will have different emissions. Different emissions will have different revenues. Different revenues will imply different subsidies. So everything of this is integrated in the model. You should be also very careful what is really green and new investment, whether some sectors will not invest anyway. Like we had a discussion with some companies, like steel companies, they are already thinking about electric furnaces and other new technologies, even without subsidies. So what is the good news from our modeling? That different models end up with very similar magnitude of the impacts in terms of investment and subsidy. What is, however, more important, annual total costs, because if you invest money, then you have energy savings. If you had energy savings, then you have financial savings, okay? If you have less energy demand or energy use, you need not pay taxes or you need not have spend money on emission allowances. So here you can see the results for total annualized costs. That is just a summary for different scenarios. And up to, till 2030, it's 1 trillion, okay? It's a lot, but 1,100 is for BAU, is for reference, okay? So the difference is very small. So up to 2007, it's around zero, according to Times model. Up to 2032, it's less than 100 billion Czech crowns. And then, of course, it's a bit larger, but it depends on assumptions of fuels. So it will cost something, no doubt. Investments will be large, but we should not really only see investment. We should really see the total costs. So overall, if you run the macroeconometric model, then we found that these technologies or this investment, that most of them really they innovate our system, and the impact on the GDP might be slightly positive for some scenarios, especially with lower price. That is here labeled by green part. For exogenous emission target for endogenous price, the impact on GDP could be slightly negative. This is just described by blue parts, but it's up to 2% a year. If you just look on the trajectory over time, you know, the deviations from the business as usual GDP path, it's not very far. You know, it's very tiny, you know, very tiny difference. So impacts might be some positive or negative depending on revenue recycling, depending on stringency of the policy, but it's not that we will become poor. There is very interesting now discussion even in economics community what kind of modeling framework we should use. Usually these macroeconometric models or post-Keynesian type of the models shows relatively positive impacts, whilst GDP neoclass model typically show slightly negative impacts. And we also find the same in our exercise. And really it's about how a monetary and fiscal system will respond on this new investment, whether these investments are really about innovations, whether economy is in full capacity, whether it's in optimum, or if it's not in optimum, whether these unused resources might be potentially used more efficiently. And this is just about this post-Keynesian approach that we believe that the economy is not in optimal situation. They need not be crowding out effect, and this investment might really innovate the system and might really boost the economy. So the similar results was found by the European Commission. They also run two different types of the model. So we can see relative slightly negative impacts from CG model in yellow and slightly positive from ECME model in pink color. So for me, it's more about interpretation, you know, how to basically make our economy, our system less rigid, basically how to really use this potential of such huge amount of subsidies that might be potentially used for innovations. So they should not be used just, you know, for, let's say, machines, or let's say an old-fashioned technology, but really to improve overall technology or innovations. Employment's impact just follow GDP impacts. This is just again based on ECME model. There is one important message. If you look at again violet color, this is a construction. So due to energy efficiency, insulation of houses, new renewable resources, we expect that the labor demand will go up by 10% in next 10 years. Even now, we have a problem with labor in these sectors. So again, this is a clear policy message. If you really like to achieve these targets, if you really like to use these resources coming from the EU, we need to really somehow motivate or improve labor market because we are just short in labor in this particular sector. Always what is discussed now are social impacts, fuel poverty. You can see here budget shares on energies for lowest decile. It's almost 20%. Now is even more. Some households pay 35%. But on the right-hand side, you can see just the results from modeling from ECME model. And this covers just part of the energy shown on the left-hand side. One could assume, you know, if you increase price of energies, that you spend more on energies. But of course, if something costs more, we should react, we should respond, and we should use less energy, okay? This is rational economic behavior. So for that reason, you can see that the budget share is decreasing, not increasing compared to business as usual, because we are changing capital stock, because energies will cost more. So overall, the impacts for different scenarios are not very large. Let's say it's up to 5 percentage points. Again, we should understand how to interpret these results, because we assume growing trajectory in consumption. So this is basically the difference in long-term trajectory that is growing. But still, you can see that there are some measures, or you can just believe me, that there are policies that use part of the revenues to mitigate social impacts, adverse social impacts, and then the negative impacts on lower deciles can be really lowered. So what we can learn here, that it really matters how we recycle the revenues, whether part of the money will be used for state budget, maybe to cover public debt, or for climate change projects, or we use part of the revenues to compensate, let's say, first 2 quintiles or first 4 deciles. If we did so, then we can really mitigate expecting negative impacts on low-income households. What is, however, important to highlight, that economic models assume behavior response. So if price changed, if price went up, then agents or households would react. So, and we know that for some or for many households, they just cannot, or maybe they would not respond. We know that implicit discount rate for some segment is very high, 15–20%. It means effectively that they don't do anything what will not pay off in next year, or they can just afford it, or they just are tenants. So for all of these segments, I think that there should be some smart policies how to basically motivate them to change behavior and to change or invest in their capital stock. Okay, so maybe last couple of slides. This is the results from our latest survey. We conducted a survey in May, and we just asked, we were just interested whether people know what is the price of motor fuels, electricity, and natural gas. And we also would like to know whether they know how much they pay. What is their energy bill? It's my time. Okay. What's the energy bill, and what's the energy consumption? They know what's the price of motor fuels, like diesel and petrol, but what they bill, 54% they don't know what is their bill for natural gas. 45 they don't know what is their bill for electricity. What's their consumption? 86 they don't know what's their consumption, and what is the price they paid? 89 and 99 they didn't know. And this was conducted in May, June, when everybody were complaining how energy prices are high. Okay, then we continue and we ask them, okay, what you would do if price of natural gas would be even getting higher? It will be higher. And you see this red bar, sorry that is in English, and this red bar describes that I would not do anything. Okay, 45%. So it was very surprising for me that even in this time, when everybody is discussing and talking about prices, very few know what they really pay. It was really before summer, I should highlight it. And almost half of people or households, they are not really thinking to reduce or to change consumption. So just to conclude with positive view, now there are many, there's a lot of research on environmental concerns. So we know that people are concerned about climate change and many different problems, but to be concerned doesn't mean really to do something or to be willing to do something. So what we actually did in a couple of our research, we tried to elicit really preferences for different policies. So here you can see very typical choice card that we describe different policies, described by different attributes, like emission targets, how costs should be distributed, or other things. And this is another heavy slide, but just conclude me that people really. There's a proportion of people who are really still willing to pay something. In the Czech Republic, average willingness to pay is about 50 euros for this policy package. But it really depends how the cost will be distributed in the Czech Republic and how the emission burden, or let's say, how member states will be contributed to this reduction. So what is maybe more important when we summarize these results, the willingness to pay, it's about 1% of GDP. But of course, to be willing to pay something different than what they might think what they will do. I just would like to say, to show this, that it's not like maybe in Poland, what we found that the majority of people, they are not willing to pay anything. So there is some potential. It very depends whether this policy will be based on tax or emission trading. Czechs don't like taxes. As Jeroen said, everybody maybe would like to have subsidies, but we know the subsidies need to come from somewhere. Also, what is important to communicate how these revenues will be recycled back, because not all policies are favored or preferred by Czechs same. Some are more and some are less favored. Okay, just to conclude, so at least to reduce emissions, greenhouse gas emissions, the Czech Republic is achievable, but there are still many problems we need to really think and discuss, especially in ETS2 sector that will introduce carbon pricing in building and transportation sector. I think the Czech Republic is really policy taker. It means that really we don't like to invent like new policies that would respond on some problem. You know, if there is a Fit for 55 or a European Green Deal, we just try to implement, but not to think more further. I think there are two messages from my talk: how to really use this potential, how to really make or to innovate our system. We need to really think in long term, not only how to solve situation now during the war, because everything what we do now will lock in us in for many years in the future. And behavior, how to really motivate people to really change behavior if, you know, they will be exposed to higher prices very soon. Okay, thank you. Okay.
Hello. Is there a time frame for whether ETS2 should be implemented in the Czech Republic? It's like next year, 2 years, 5 years?
From 2026.
Right. Thank you.
It's interesting that the models that include the innovation and the general equilibrium models have such opposite results. I mean, it's not just a difference. One is negative, the other is positive. So how about comparing the results of these models with exposed results? Is there any comparison that shows that one, in certain conditions, performs better actually, or is it just a theoretical discussion?
Maybe Karl, then you can help me. But as I know only a couple of papers now, and it's also in GTAP community, it's very recently discussed. And if I remember, there is a nice paper by Merkur and Knobloch who discussed this issue, and I think they refer on 1 or 2 examples on ex post evaluation. But to be honest, now I really don't know. You know, I only saw these ex ante evaluations. Okay, thank you.
Thank you very much, and sorry for technical complications. The last speaker is a professor of the University of Graz, who, for example, is going to talk about how achieve radical emission reduction. Isn't it? Okay, so his name is Karl Steininger.
Thanks a lot. Welcome. Thanks a lot for this introduction and for setting up this conference to discuss both biodiversity and now climate change in the Green Deal. And what I will do is starting with how to allocate the targets across subsidiary entities. I will do the example of the European Union, how to allocate across the 27 member states. So in terms of what Jeroen presented, if you go for a global target, and do it with an emission certificate way, how many emission certificates does every country get? Should that be per person? Should that be some other reason? Second, the question that you mentioned, how to achieve this radical emission reduction. Because if we want to get to net zero, we've seen the pathways, there's a lot to do. How do we get there? And third, similar as Milan did, we also did a study for our finance ministry, what would be, or what are now the implications of the Fit for 55 program, depending on how we implement it in our country. So starting with the first, there is various equity principles we could think about. And then there is a question of how to operationalize them. Second, well, countries may not like to go for just one of these equity principles, but there may be combinations liked. And then they need to negotiate, come across a common solution across the EU27. And I will discuss and conclude. So the equity principles that come out of the literature of IPCC reports and all other literature is capability, equality, and responsibility. So capability means that the greater the ability a country has to pay, the greater should be the proportion of costs that this agent should be expected to pay. So it relies on the idea of positive duties of those that are most and more advantaged to help those less advantaged and worst off. Equality, one way may be that everyone should be able to enjoy a level of well-being above the one required to secure basic needs, some sufficiency level. And we first allow emissions countries to get to this level, and only the rest is then equally distributed amongst all countries. Another interpretation may be that all countries should converge to the same emission per capita level at the end of this period. The target period of the European Union here is 2030. And responsibility, one interpretation could be to look at historic emissions. Some countries, and most of the countries we're in here now, have lots of historic emissions, and if they have used up their carbon budget, what's still up there to be used, already in the past, they should use less in the future. Another one would be, because the question is, since when can country be considered to know about climate change? One year might be 1995. This was the second IPCC report, and then really government signed in and said, well, we are responsible. Humankind is the major driver of climate change. So we could think about emissions before 1995, emissions that were created by building infrastructure, buildings, transport, tracks, etc., that are still used. And so people in current days still benefit from past emissions. And we could also allocate future emissions. The more they had emitted in the past and still benefit from that, the less they can emit in the future. Okay, if we do that, a graphical device helps. The three corners here, capability, responsibility, equality. How to operationalize them? Capability, usually it's used GDP per capita. You could also use government effectiveness. Some governments are more effective in regulation. And the third one may be renewable growth capacity. Countries that have expanded renewables in the past, they may be assumed to expand also renewables in the future more, and then they should get stricter targets. Equality, one is this basic needs issue. You should first achieve basic needs. The other one is achieving equal per capita emission by the end of 2030, either for just the effort sharing sector that Milan now pointed out, or total emissions including the emission emission trading system, the ETS system. And responsibility, you could look at historical emissions, at inherited benefits. Renewables can show up here as well. The more you have invested in renewables, the more you have helped to develop renewables, and that helped everybody, and so you may be able to get more emission rights in the future. So you see that some indicators may show up in different directions, depending on how you interpret them. Now, we can place any point in here. If we go for point A, then it's raising the weight of responsibility, 100% responsibility. If we go for an equal share of all three conditions, all three principles, then we are somewhere here where some equality, some responsibility, and some capability. Now this triangle shows up again in the next slide here for Germany. If we interpret the responsibility by historic emissions, the capability by GDP per capita, and the equality by basic needs, then depending on how you do the weighting across all 27 countries, Germany gets a reduction, if you're here, of some 32% relative to 2005 to be reached by 2030. If you weigh the capability by GDP per capita very heavy, then it would be 44, 46, 48% of emission reduction. So it really depends for each country of how you do the weighing. And you can play around with that, and there's also an online version of that for your own country. You can play around which indicator would mean what target for your country. But then we can use this and do a hypothetical negotiation, a negotiation where countries go in the negotiation room, and the first yardstick may be there is already an effort-sharing directive out of the year 2018 where countries put up an overall 40% target by 2030 and how much each country should do. And countries might want not to deviate too much from that. Second, each country could play around with this online tool and find out, well, there's one indicator where I have to do the least reduction, and still it could be considered fair. So each country could like to deviate least from this, what we call upper bound of equity-compatible emissions. One indicator still tells this is equitable. Yeah, and what we do is we minimize the sum of squares of deviation here, minimal aggregate deviation. If we do so, this is the result we get for all the EU 27 countries. This is what the negotiation points would imply for each country. So for all combinations of indicator, we get one of these points where countries will negotiate. The blue ones are for close to the past effort-sharing directive, and the orange one are not much deviation from the upper bound of still equitable emissions. We see that most of these points are close to the capacity goal, GDP per capita. So we find that, yes, the EU was doing well. Also, if countries had considered more dimensions, still the negotiation point, if you use just one of these, would turn out to be GDP per capita. Not only for the blue ones, but also for the orange ones. Second, each of these points translates in total to a range for each country. And the black line is actually what the environmental ministers agreed upon this June, what they want to implement as a country target. And we see that relative to considering all equitable considerations, rich countries would have had to do more. So the targets here are minus 50%. 0 is here, minus 25, minus 50, minus 75, and 100%. Rich countries would have, that have already to do a lot, would have to do more, but for Sweden and Germany. But poor countries like Bulgaria and Romania, who have to do least in the European Union already now, under these expanded equity considerations, would have to do even less. So that's one way to share effort across countries. How many emission certificates should each country get? So I jump over that. Yeah, if you want to read more, that's a recent publication where you can find all the details. Second, well, a lot to do. How can we do it? Globally, and Jeroen pointed that out, we are still on a path of rising emissions. This is from 2000 to 2018. But US and European Union are declining, US for other reasons, fracking, etc. But the European Union is, at least domestically in its production, really effective in reducing emissions. So even for a longer time horizon, 1990 to 2018, there was an economic growth of 1.8% and an annual average decline of greenhouse gases of 0.9. How to do radical emission reduction? And I think it needs a change in our mindset, a change that doesn't ask, well, how many energy do we get and where to use it for, but to turn the argument around and ask, what is the ultimate function, the ultimate service we want? How can we achieve it? How can we provide it? And then look, what is the best energy to be used for it? For example, if you construct a building and do some sealing, there's various ways. One way is, as it's mostly done, a block of concrete. Another way is to do some different formatting to really, as we did in earlier times, Jeroen comes from Spain, and if you look at some of the cathedrals there in the 1930s, we did a lot of this framing because then concrete was very expensive, labor was cheap, so it was all invested in saving on concrete. Currently, labor is expensive, concrete is cheap, so we do the full blocks. But doing it that way might be more expensive by 10% at the moment. We would gain experience over time. Such structures need 60% less concrete, meaning 60% less cement, meaning 60% less CO2 emissions. Cement worldwide has more than 7% of emissions. That's more than all air travel, much more, three times all the air travel. So looking what is the function, how can we get it? Second, integrate across the whole value chain. Integration, we know it from transport systems, where we install hubs to really jump from one biking, walking to the other mode of transport. And third, innovation. And I zoom into this innovation here. This is sectoral integration of 4 companies. Cement factory, they are collecting CO2 from their stock, from their emissions, combining it with hydrogen produced out of green electricity from Verbund to form methane and methanol. And methane and methanol you can use in 2 ways. You send it to our refinery and they use it to produce e-fuels, synthetic fuels. Or you can use it as an input to the chemical industry, Borealis, to produce pharmacy, chemical production, etc., and plastics. Currently, they use methane and methanol from fossil sources. Then they could use it from there. So this innovation is crucial. What they need is, those company leaders, is a stable environment. They need to know, well, do we have enough of renewable hydrogen in the future? Do we have this infrastructure? These companies are all close in space. They are to the southeast of Vienna, all of them, so it's easy to really collaborate, but still they need the right economic framework. So for Austria, we looked, can we get net zero? Well, the scenarios show we can. If we do it for the energy example, for the sector energy, in 2019, 100% of energy, 16% were losses in thermal power plants, almost a third was mobility and lower temperature. So we think by 2040, we really can save a lot of energy, of used energy in mobility, lower temperature, so heating basically, and reducing the losses by microgrids. The others the other applications will stay the same. And if we do that, we can expand renewables to then remain less than 5% of current energy use from fossil, and this we can bind by increased sinks, building up soil, humus layers. So the important thing is no longer to think from fossil supply towards energy services, but from the other end, what services do we need and how to supply it from what form of energy best. And these energy reductions are clearly possible in buildings. We do have these buildings already across the country. These reductions are possible in mobility. In mobility, it's important. The true function you want is access to persons, goods, and services. Access you get by video conferences, for example. You don't need to go physically there anymore. Access you get by better spatial planning, to really have it reachable by walking or by bikes. And the remaining motorized mobility will be electric, public transport, or private. We asked stakeholders for this path, what are the barriers? What are the blocking issues? And they gave us some issues in energy infrastructure. The score was on a scale from 1 to 5. I only put the higher scores here. So the instability of the grid is a potential barrier, a fear they have. The lack of the regulatory framework, the lack of storage because we have renewable fluctuating supply. The market design without correct prices that Jeroen put into the center of his lecture. The political and institutional framework, the regulatory cross-sectoral framework. We need really a circular economy of firms collaborating across sectors, of legally independent enterprises, and they need to trust, to relate on each other, to depend on each other, to rely on each other. Lack of coordination of this energy strategy, inadequate CO2 prices, lack of investment framework, decentralized solutions are lacking, missing the cross-sectoral integration, and the risk of timing when you come with new technologies and there is not the right climate policy in place. So there is a clear demand on state and public policy to enable companies, Carbon to Product Austria was this example before, they really want to do it, but they need, of course, they are good businessmen, they are reliable to their stakeholders, to their shareholders, so they need to have the adequate framework that they can be sure that this is a profit business. The other thing I wanted to point out is when we talk about environmental policy, it can be pricing, it can be standards. It helps to adopt eco-innovations. Also, we often think of technology policy that also helps to adopt eco-innovations, and then we have a better environment. But what's often not thought about is the link here. Environmental policy and technology policy also have an impact on the market for ideas. What do I mean by market for ideas? Market for ideas, think of the car market. There is manufacturing firms selling cars to consumers, Mercedes, Volkswagen, etc. And there is supply of this market, suppliers in this market of ideas that are inventors. That can be in-house research and development, but it can also be purchased from other providers. And if we look at the top 10 clean innovators, we have Toyota, Nissan, Honda, etc., so some car factories, but also non-manufacturing firms like Bosch, LG Electronics. So there is other agents active in there. So what I want to say is that in addition to the pricing, we clearly need also to serve this market for ideas, because prices and taxes mainly influence the demand side, and standards require supply-side responses. only looking at standards, as Jeroen pointed out, will lead to rebound effects, but having only demand side might give too little supply of the adequate technologies. So I jump over that. That is an analysis of Austrian technology, but go to transport sector right away. This is rush hours in Vienna 2020 in the morning. If we have a scenario and just switch all cars to electric, this will be the traffic jams in 20 years, in 2040. So I jump forth and back. So clearly, just jumping over to electric doesn't help, because the space problem in cities won't be solved. We need the space for other. We need the space for adaptation to climate change, for green structures. And also we have the troubles with materials for electric cars. So what we need is a balance of both pricing, so push instruments, pricing, parking and taxation, transport restrictions, but also pull factors like activating public transport, making it more attractive. We need both to really disrupt clear, effective policies, but also to achieve social acceptance, to achieve acceptability by the public. And if we do that, so we did a project for the Austrian transport sector, that without any policy, the volume of transport between 1990 and 2040 is the Austrian year of climate neutrality, the target year. Transport would increase the volume if we introduce a complete package of a very wide range of spatial policies, of pricing, of standards, etc. Then we reduce the amount of vehicle mileage driven, and this amount is then possible to be served by electricity. With all the other instruments, spatial planning, etc., we achieve that. And then we come really to a net zero pathway also in transport. When we look at pricing, since a month and 16 days, Austria has a CO2 price also on the non-ETS. This was a long discussion because of social aspects. If you introduce a CO2 tax, you really hit the poor, because the poor have a very high share of their expenses going into heating fuels, into transport fuels. So the poor have a very high share, a relative share of their expenses going into carbon-intensive goods. So if you introduce a CO2 tax, you hit the poor most. But in absolute terms, the poor, and this is emissions per person all across all goods that the 10 income deciles consume. So the poor have an average of about 3 tons per year, the lowest decile here. The richest decile has an average of some 19 tons per year. Now, what the Austrian government did is use the revenues that they make more than their additional expenses are. For the rich, of course, it's the other way around. They also get back something, but their expenses are increasing much more. The second thing we see on this figure is that within the poor, there's a range. Not all the poor have the same carbon intensity. And this range is actually mostly dependent on where you live. If you live on the countryside, you have higher heating costs and you have higher car costs. If you live in the middle of a city where you have perfect public transport, your carbon intensity is much lower. And that's what Austria acknowledged. We did not only do a per capita refund, we also differentiated it in terms of where people live. You got a factor of 1 if you lived urban, and then it was stepwise up to a factor of 2 if you're very peripheral. So, finally, what are the macroeconomic effects of Fit for 55? And here I can be short. We discussed the net zero pathway details for steel, cement, transport, housing, energy, did a macroeconomic modeling evaluation, and I will talk about shortly the results, but mainly on the conclusions and recommendations. So we had two scenarios. One is first addressing the pandemic, recession, and then climate. Second, doing it simultaneously when answering the corona crisis. Do in a way that you already also think of the climate crisis to solve it. I mean, if you're interested, then I will give you the link. So this is basically, we have, other than the Czech example, we do have hydrogen here, especially for steel. We have this industrial cluster that I showed you for cement and refineries. We have passenger transport, freight transport, buildings, and the energy sector. And what we found for the Austrian GDP is that if we had gone for 40% emission reduction by 2030 and full emission reduction as the European Union wants to by 2050, this would be the pathway in GDP. If we go quicker, if we go for a 55 target here, then we clearly shift investment that otherwise would have been later to earlier. So we do have a boost in GDP at the cost of we don't need to do that investment later. And overall we have, this is the difference to the to whatever the basic pathway would have been. So remember this red line here. This red line now, we flip this figure. The red line now is here, the horizontal. And what we see by shifting the investment earlier, we have 1% more GDP in 2025. We do have less later because investment is driven earlier, and there is various sensitivities here assuming earlier learning, more learning than the GDP growth is coming earlier. If we had done first addressing the corona pandemic and then climate, we would only lose. And here the answer to Jeroen's question before, we implemented it in a CGE model, but still assumed idle capacities. As you said, Milan, before, we assumed that because of corona there is idle capacities, and then you see that the GDP impact is positive, and that's basically, we also did a comparison, our CGE model and Cambridge Econometrics E3M3, and we saw that when you get which results and why, and it's basically the answer is it depends on the economic cycle, whether you assume you're in a recession or in a boom, then one or the other model is the true one. And so you would also find it in looking back. Okay, there's one issue on energy. Renewable generation. Austria does have a lot, 50 terawatt hours in 2018, a little more in 2019. That always depends on what the Danube is producing on the water level of the Danube. The demand is even higher, so there is a certain gap. And because of this gap, the Austrian government just passed a law. We will increase our renewable share by 50%, not the share, the absolute amount by 50%, so plus 27 terawatt hours. This will close, and this will be done by solar and wind. This will indeed close the gap we so far have, but Milan pointed it out. We do have a shift to electricity across the economy. We do have a shift. Transport goes electric. Heating goes to heat pumps. And also industry goes to hydrogen, etc. So it goes electric. So we are pretty sure that in 2030, the demand will be still higher. And this is only the average across the year. It doesn't even have the seasonal complications. So the demand is a crucial issue. We won't be able to easily solve it, the same issue as you got here for the Czech Republic. So the conclusions, we need a holistic dialogue approach across all sectors. We need required framework conditions before the window of opportunity closes again to really have our companies invest here. We need enhanced climate-oriented investment. A stricter near-term climate target avoids expensive fossil lock-in. Please don't go into some fossil lock-ins now. You will really pay very expensive for it. And for our country, and I think the same is true also for the Czech Republic, knowing its industrial and technology history, we are well positioned in low carbon technologies to exploit also new export opportunities. And I think I close here. There are some more recommendations on energy and technology policy. Well, maybe the energy policy. We need to address the demand side, but also to reform the energy market, that you get incentives for a distributed generation of electricity, of renewable electricity. We need to both build the corresponding infrastructure for generation transmission, but also to make sure that it's really available in the right places, that industries that need it do have this infrastructure in front of their doors. Austria has expanded a lot in renewable energy, but still we need a clear strategy for a reliable supply of renewable energy that thinks about both domestic and foreign on the European level, how to go ahead. Thanks a lot for your attention, and happy to take any further questions from your side.
Yes, I was just thinking, you mentioned the Danube, the water level varying changes also how profitable it is. But is that not a risk for the future if you depend on that? Because we know that with climate change, the water of the rivers is going to change a lot and affect energy related to that.
We actually looked at that, how much will be the difference in future water levels. And the issue is that glaciers really are a buffer at the moment. They take precipitation in winter in the form of snow, and then they melt in the summer. They melt in the time when the water levels of the rivers like the Danube are low. So they make up for this lag. So it will be around 5% less production once the glaciers are gone. And we expect the glaciers to be gone in Austria during this century, basically. So it's not all of it will be gone, 5%. But the second impact of that is for shipping. We will have much more non-shipping days, especially on the Rhine. We had one event now, just a month ago, and this is also about 1 or 2% of German industrial production that was gone away. It was dropping because they couldn't ship to Ludwigshafen, to the chemical industries there, because water levels were too low. That's not an issue in Austria, actually, but along the Rhine it is. Okay, thanks a lot.
Thank you very much. So now it's time for a short coffee break, and we will meet here at 3:30 for a panel discussion with the Czech policymakers. Thank you very much.
Češi, cizinci dohromady, takže budeme mluvit anglicky. Ano, jo, myslím.
toho 10 nových a kabinet ministryně vlastní aktivita. Šéfa máte na úřadě vlády pro úřední jako věci, to je jako, já si připravuju víc podkladů asi sám, než takže je to jako takový zvláštní místo v té státní správě.
Jo, 45, jdeme na to. Ladies? Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. I guess we are good to go, so let's get started. My name is Radek Špicar. I'm the Vice President of Business Europe, the biggest European Employers Association, and at the same time Vice President of the local Employers Association called Confederation of Industry. And today I'll be a moderator of the following panel discussion. The first thing I'm about to do is to introduce the 4 panelists with whom we will spend next hour and a half. I'll start from the right. I would like to welcome a friend of mine whom I haven't seen for more than 10 years, so it's a pleasure for me to meet after such a long time. It's Veronika Šafránková, at the moment head of Brussels office of United Nations Environment Program. Well done. Thank you. On my left, it's a pleasure to welcome Deputy Minister of Environment, Eva Wolfová.
Great to meet you.
Great to have you. Thanks for coming. At the same direction, I would like to welcome Radim Sršeň, another Deputy Minister, but in this time from the Ministry of Regional Development. Thanks for coming.
It's a pleasure to be here.
And last but not least, Professor Štěpán Jurajda from the Office of the Government, also Deputy Minister, representing Minister for Science, Research and Innovation.
Fantastic.
Thank you very much. Thank you. We made a deal with Veronika that she would start, and I will probably ask all the speakers to start with short introductory remarks. Then I will ask them to react to one another. Then I will ask a few questions, because Green Deal, of course, is a huge topic. Without war on Ukraine, I would be ready to say that it's a topic number 1 for the Czech economy and especially Czech industry. But it is still a huge topic despite the current affairs, and then we will open the panel discussion for you, so please follow the discussion and get involved, because I would like to have this afternoon panel as interactive as possible, and you will get a chance to participate as well. So Veronika, the floor is yours.
Thank you very much. I hope you can hear me well. I don't need to press anything. So it's a pleasure to be here, and many thanks to Charles University for inviting me here. And I was very happy to listen to the previous presentations that were very interesting, and I will reflect on some of the points also throughout my intervention. But I'm representing here international organization as Radek said, United Nations and specifically Environment Program. So I will zoom out a little bit from the discussions that we had previously, and I will look more globally on the sustainability in unstable world. And I will start illustrating it on data that we all know, but I think it's good to remind ourselves, why do we talk about unstable world? And of course, it's related to the state of the planet. And according to one of recent reports that the United Nations launched, it was, I think, about 2 years ago, looking at the development since over the last 50 years, and just a quick citation of the numbers, global economy has grown nearly 5 times. Largely due to extractions of natural resources and energy that tripled over the 50 years, which fueled growth in sustainable consumption and production. The world population has increased by a factor of 2, and some of you probably noticed yesterday was a day that the world's population was projected to reach 8 billion people. So it's no longer 7.8, which we have been talking about until now. It is 8 billion people. The average prosperity has doubled throughout the 50 years, but yet 1.3 billion people remain in poverty. So that is quite striking. And after the COVID pandemic, it is even worse. I would also recall a report that was prepared by colleagues from UNDP, which is the Human Development Report, and also this year they had a special report on new threats to human security, which is also worth mentioning because one of the very actually scary findings is that people feel more and more insecure, even in the richest countries. The feeling of lack of security and safety is very low in almost every country. 6 in 7 people worldwide perceive this feeling of being insecure, and that was before the COVID-19 pandemic outbreak. There are new threats that we are facing, and the magnitude is also increasing. Again, referring to COVID-19 pandemic, that set us back in human development in every country. And also the different variants keep spinning off, and it's unpredictable. Also, it was mentioned a few times today, the war in Ukraine and elsewhere also created more human suffering, and the situation is of course getting worse. Hunger is on the rise, and in 2020 we had 800 million people in hunger and 2.4 billion people suffering from food insecurity. Yet we have lots of food waste, so that's another issue that we probably will touch also later on. I will speed up the threads because it's depressing, but a good reminder that we have to address these things in connectivity. Displaced people subjected to conflict, and also their movement because of conflict or disasters, climate change. Climate change and its devastating impact across all regions, we can see it everywhere. We saw it very dramatically in Europe this summer with forest fires, floods on the other side of Europe, tornado in the Czech Republic a year ago. So these extreme events keep repeating much more frequently and much stronger impact. Record-breaking temperatures. I mentioned the fires, storms, but very much self-inflicting. The number of weather, climate, and water-related disasters has increased by a factor of 5 over the past 50 years, causing about $200 million in losses daily. So that's a really significant number. Based on current trends, the world is projected to have 560 disasters per year. And vulnerability, people exposed to climate change, and in the high vulnerable category, there is up to now 3.6 billion people. So that's almost more than 1/3 of the global population exposed to climate change. Of course, that brings together economic and social impacts, including health risks, diseases that are coming from climate change, from pollution. The World Health Organization also looked at climate change and the impact on mental well-being, also connected to damages from the disasters and economic losses, social losses. So moving on to where is this all rooted? Most of these threats are caused by planetary crisis, and we talk about planetary crisis that is linked to also almost existential state. We talk at the UN about triple planetary crisis. We heard a lot today about biodiversity, about forests, about climate change, but I would like to bring to the same level also pollution, which is very often neglected, but it is very much linked to the other crises, to biodiversity loss and climate change. So we talk about the triple planetary crisis as interconnected and self-inflicted planetary crisis. We now going more towards the solutions. So I was talking about the grim part, but we have solutions. And we have the science, we have the knowledge, and we have the evidence. But we need to transform our attitude, habits, and our systems, our policies. And colleagues will talk about that, about how to reflect that into the policies. But the important thing is that we need to tackle it together. If we just talk about climate change and not about biodiversity loss, we are missing the connection and we are missing the solutions that would support each other. We need to establish mechanisms and approaches that are going across different sectors, and it was mentioned some of them, and I will talk about some a little bit in more detail. We need to coordinate assessments, policies, regulation, implementation. We also need to inspire and ensure that we have integrated approaches, and one of the examples that I wanted to share is One Health approach that is looking at the planetary health, about environmental health, about human health, about animal health, and looking also at the root causes. Major shifts, that's what we need in the policies, in the governmental decisions, in incentives, and in investments. I would want to also cite a couple of reports that UNEP launched just before the climate COP, so some 2-3 weeks ago. One is the emission gap report. Some of you work with this report. The other one is adaptation gap report. And the emission gap report very clearly shows that despite the knowledge that we have, the gap is not decreasing, that we still have the issues that we have. I will not talk about the data because you have heard it already this morning. But it very clearly also suggests the solutions. So we also know what solutions we need to take, but we need to do them, and we need to do them very quickly across sectors and across different stakeholders. One of the sector transformation that is mentioned in the report, besides others, I mean, industry was mentioned, energy, but I would highlight agriculture, and Eva might probably comment on that. Agriculture has a share of about 1/3 of global emissions. So if we invest in smart, climate-friendly solutions in the agriculture sector, then we can also address climate change. Food waste has a large impact also, and I'm looking in my cheat sheet here. About 30% of all food that we produce globally is lost or wasted. But at the same time, ending food waste could reduce global carbon emissions by 8 to 10%. So there are some relatively easy fixes. I'm not saying that that would be easy, but that's certainly something that we have to look at, the cooperation across sectors. Another sector that is very much reinforced in the report is the finance sector and how to shift the investments into what was already mentioned here, the climate-friendly ways of investments, the technologies and innovations. Overall, I would say another solution, changing our consumption and production patterns and changing the behavior. It was mentioned in one of the presentations that individual footprint is not as significant as the multilateral response. That is true, but I would argue that it also starts there, and the choices that we make individually, as well as within society or a company or within the government or within the country or within region and internationally, we have to start about our personal choices, which is driving the production also. Another point I wanted to mention, and please do stop me if I'm talking too much. Probably yes. Okay. So, but I'm coming slowly to the end. It's
relevant, so you can go on.
Okay, good. Thank you. It's also solutions that support both mitigation and adaptations measure, and the key role of nature. Some of the numbers that I mentioned were from a report which is called Making Peace with Nature. It is a report that is synthesizing existing reports, including IPPS, IPCC, and the emission gap report, adaptation gap report, and so on. This report brings the findings together, and the key thing is that we have to repair our relationship with nature. Through that, we will address also climate adaptation and climate mitigation. Other thing I wanted to very much highlight, but I will just mention it because it was discussed in the morning quite a lot, are nature-based solutions, which indeed address both mitigation and adaptation and the nature restoration. There are lots of things that we could still say, but sitting here with distinguished colleagues from Czech policymakers and decision makers, all the investment policy and investment decisions we do have to do based on science, evidence-based data that should inform the policies, and whether it's on the governmental level or whether it is in industry or other stakeholders. And of course, I must mention the role of global cooperation. It was mentioned also in the morning, the importance to address these planetary issues through coordinated global action. Again, through different stakeholders, but since we are on the academic soil, I also wanted to highlight the role of academic institutions and researchers that should be part of the formation of the policy toolbox and what should be done. And let me finish this opening intervention quoting David Attenborough, who said that we must feel that we are all citizens of the planet, because unless we do, we cannot solve the problems. And I think that's nicely concludes what I wanted to say at the beginning.
It definitely does. Thank you. It was not too long, for sure. Thanks for that. And I would like to ask Deputy Minister Wolfová for a second presentation.
Thank you, dear ladies and gentlemen. Thank you for this conference, which is very relevant, and it's very nicely compliant with COP27, which is running in Egypt, and with the Day of Biodiversity, which is today. So we are in very hot topic together. thank you, Veronica, for mentioning almost everything. So I will try to summarize it. And thank you for all excellent scientific presentations. I was listening thoroughly, and this is my core mission at the Ministry of Environment to bring scientists to the table and to create really data-based solutions and not to decide according to emotions, ego, or political pressures, but to be like 95% according to really well data. Because as we have the aim to keep 1.5 degrees, it's very far away, it's a very abstract target, and it's difficult to play chess without chessboard and chess pieces. So I'm always trying to find what is the chessboard. And as I'm a biologist from my profession, I always see the chessboard in the landscape, and I came from regional level. And we were quite successful in networking stakeholders and to make substantial shifts in landscape adaptation. And I think till we don't see changes in landscape, we have nothing regarding water retention, for example, and biodiversity protection. Today, from the national level, I always want to connect with regional level and local level and to bring all these big thoughts and big targets into practical level. Again, as biologist, I always prefer nature-based solutions. I think they are mostly very cheap. We just have to let do nature its job, to only follow how natural succession runs, not to intervene, to see water spontaneous renaturation of rivers, or the job of beaver, who is doing really great job again regarding changing landscape in better conditions. We know that we shortened our water streams of 1/3 during last decade, and we exploited the landscape in very serious degree. And now we face the restoration phase. And I think it's very difficult to make this with this business as usual in political environment, because all ministries are more running some agendas which we're used to, and now we have to make very substantial shift to put so many issues at the same time into practice. So we need experts and external teams with very creative and constructive approaches. So I'm trying to help to such boards to come to practice and to help with the shift. And maybe we can follow the example of COVID pandemic, which was viewed as existential threat, and many efforts and financial resources were given to it. And we also took scientists on board, and we had to do some extraordinary measures. So we are at the same point with energy crisis, with climate and biodiversity crisis, which are called the two sides of the same coin, which is unsustainability, of course. So we need to combine all these approaches and to really do something. That's why I'm here and I'm not at home with in our farm with sheep or cutting grass in our meadow, because sometimes it seems more substantial to do something in practice. I wanted to mention some topics from COP27, because the efforts are put to keep the targets in 1.5 degrees, which most scientists do not believe because the practical steps did not come yet. But at the same time, the methane pledge will be discussed tomorrow, and we hope to have it because methane is very severe pollutant, and it's increasing climate change as well. Yeah, the conference itself has the main goal in implementation. So I think we all feel this very urgent need, and they have 4 topics in mitigation and adaptation, averting and minimizing and addressing loss and damage. Again, I come a little bit back to the landscape level, and now we are doing our best to combine the solutions on mitigation and adaptation together to find polyfunctional solutions in landscape, like not to have only renewable energies, like decentralized sources, but to combine it with adaptation of landscape to climate change, or with restoration of nature and biodiversity according to restoration law, which is really nice umbrella law, which it's boosting other relevant strategies like CAP, the Common Agriculture Policy, which we all see from, again, from my praxis in protected areas. We know that we cannot save nature only in protected areas. We need to change the structure of landscape to more extensive processes, and also forestry. And the last, I wanted to mention SDGs, which are really nice, complex and holistic tool, again, which can help us to focus on really relevant steps. Unfortunately, COVID stopped the progress on poverty eradication, and unfortunately, sustainable recovery was halted by unjustified Russian aggression against Ukraine. So we lost a few years, and the more quick we should be now. So let me end with this. Go together to solve problems.
Perfect, thank you very much. And the third one in a row is Deputy Minister Ščasný.
So once again, good afternoon. It's a great pleasure to be here. I will speak more about kind of a general picture linked to the regional development, as it is our Ministry of Regional Development, not regional growth. And I think it is also one of the issues to think about, not growth but development, the real development, and that's what we are trying at our ministry. And also mentioning some concrete examples, because of course sustainable development starts in the cities, in the villages, in the regions, and I believe that not just nature, of course nature can solve everything, but I believe that we need to help to the nature also with the technologies we have, and that's our role. When I was reading sustainability in an unstable world, it looks kind of oxymoron, going one against each other. But for me, any kind of crisis brings huge opportunity. And those 2 crises we have been facing, like the COVID crisis and followed by the war in Ukraine and energy crisis, I feel that we can make the transformation, because I was for a long time, I was dedicated to rural development especially. I fell in love with the concept of smart villages about 6 years ago. And when I was mentioning it to the mayors in the Czech Republic, they said, "You are a crazy guy, you know, mentioning all the time smart villages, and we do not need drones and telemedicine, you know, and those issues, and some energy communities, you know." So I was like kind of one out of 6,200 of mayors like that. And now, because of the consequences, now everyone is looking for smart solutions, for community energies, for renewable resources. Also, because what I feel, and I also teach at university, and always try to persuade students to come back to their areas, to home areas, that you can, as in Korea, you can work even at university from the rural area very far from Seoul, so using home offices and those connections. So also it became natural, and you know, and we have already one person from the Ministry of Regional Development who lives in Jeseník, and for 1 week he's in Jeseník, and for 1 week he's in Prague. Yeah? So something which was not normal is not is becoming to be normal, and I think we should use this opportunity. And as a Ministry of Regional Development, we are very much focusing on evidence-based policy. You know, I think this is important. We have data. We are trying to do tailor-made development in each region. We have mechanisms like ITI, community-led local development, just transition. You know, so I think, and even experiencing presidency now, we feel that we are one of the flagships of really using those integrated instruments and modern instruments in the whole European Union. And one of the instruments is also smart city strategy. You know, smart city, when I was hearing it all the time, it's like kind of a root word because everyone is thinking that one clever bench or I don't know which solar panel is doing smart city, but I studied in Copenhagen, and Copenhagen was smart city already in 2003, much more than Prague is today, you know. So it's a complex, and that's something which we are trying to develop at our ministry, that we are not dividing smart cities, smart villages, smart regions. It's a holistic concept because the development is just one, it's not divided in different developments. And especially urban rural linkages are also one of the innovations and kind of smart things. So this smart city strategy was created at our ministry. It was approved by the government in 2021, and this year it was approved the implementation plan. And I'm very happy also discussing with colleagues on the European level that it's really a holistic strategy which is really interconnecting the sectors and also interconnecting different kinds of settlements and approaches. And we are trying to fulfill this strategy, of course, using some kind of also resources. We have, for example, from Recovery Resilience Facility for Smart Cities, we have some pilot regions, like, for example, Jeseník region, which is actually very successful using telemedicine, using 5G for different kinds of operation, IoT, etc. So this is something which is a pilot, which we try to spread to other kinds of regions, to other places, to other cities and municipalities. If I just will go to the concrete examples, we have amazing examples of projects we can share. We have, for example, Kněžice, which is a famous energy self-sufficient municipality since already 2006, you know, so they have already paid off whole investment. And now, with the energy crisis, they became famous again because it was a little bit dust going there, and now they are again very famous. They also transformed the waste to energy, and all the citizens are using the heat and everything from that. And I think it's a great example. We have also community energy initiatives now. I'm feeling very sorry that for the community energy, just 1.5% of the modernization fund is going. I think it should go there much more. So the first energy communities are being created. For example, local action groups are very active in this. For example, local action group Opavsko made the first energy community in Czechia, and it's already 150,000 people. It's a region of North Moravia, like from Opava to Bruntal and Krnov. So I think this is very important. And for example, I will finish with one of the projects we are doing in my region, and I have just had, just before this meeting, online meeting to that, farm to fork, you know, it's something, it's kind of common sense. It's not technology, it's common sense. We are producing food and products in the rural areas. They are taking them by lorries to Prague, and then back from Prague to our region, yeah? And it's so simple just to overcome this wholesale and this food chain. And for example, the big producer of apples in our region, they sell the apples for 12 Czech crowns to the supermarket, and they sell it in the supermarket for 40 crowns. So if we sell it for 20 crowns to the schools, you know, so it's much better for both sides, you know. And they are finishing with, actually, they wanted to finish with the production of apples because it's not cost effective. But you know, why we are buying bananas from somewhere and not eating apples from the region? So this whole project we are having, we call it Od vidlí po vidličku, and it's quite complicated, I must say, to put together in the first step the schools, and on the other hand the producers. How we will order it, how many invoices, who will carry it, who will bring it, you know. But it's work. It works. It's starting to work, and I think this is something that we also want to show to the children. even in rural areas, they think that the cow is producing cheese, not that just milk, and the cheese is made of milk. So also they will visit the farms. Also, we want to learn the stuff in the canteens that they can cook in modern ways. So we are using guys like Mr. Polreich and those just to learn how to prepare local meals. And I think this is why I'm saying that I think if we start with education from kids, so they will then say to the parents, you should buy the food from this. You can buy in Prague, you can buy boxes with local food, but not in our rural area. We have to go to supermarkets. So to start this change of thinking, because even in waste management, if we learn kids to make waste management, so they say to parents, you must do that. My son is always looking for eggs from biofarms, etc. He is 5 years old, and I think this is important. So we start from education. I was speaking at one of the conferences last week of the Ministry of Industry, and then Simona Babčáková, who is famous Czech actor, she wrote me that she wants to be engaged in this, change of thinking, education. So I think we should do that because we have nature, we have technologies, we have also education, which is a very important part, I believe. And I'm so happy teaching at university that I see now the students being 20, they very much think about the green topics much more than my generation, and of course being more pro-European, and it's great. And our ministry, I forgot to mention, and I will finish with that, we are also responsible for SDG 11, Sustainable Urban Development, so we are also trying to put these strategies together with this sustainable development, and I think we have great cooperation with Ministry of Environment and Ministry of Foreign Affairs with this issue, and I think this is crucial. It was also already mentioned. We shouldn't look just in the tunnel as a sectors, we should do it cross-cutting.
Thank you, and the last presentation by Professor Jurajda.
Well, good afternoon, and thank you for the invitation to this important event. I'll put on two hats in quick succession. First, the head of a Deputy Minister for Science, Research and Innovation, not Research and Development Innovation. That would be a gross mistake. And then I'll put on a hat of an economist. My professional background is that of a labor economist, so I'll be curious but relatively uninformed. So I'll try to use the opportunity for discussion to learn something. So all of the policymakers here correctly set up the importance of evidence-based policymaking, right? So the Research and Development and Innovation Council, headed by the minister, is obviously very concerned about the extent to which the traditional instruments, not the new ones that were already mentioned, but the traditional instruments of institutional support of science and innovation and of project-based competitive funding, how those actually answer the great challenges that our societies face. So to that extent, I will mention that the R&D&I Council of the Czech Republic is now starting a major overhaul and update of the so-called national priorities of oriented research. Not sure how that will translate, but the local audience will know what I speak of. So currently we have about 177 priorities, so basically everything that gets funded checks off one box. The idea is to try to combine the natural perspective of absorption capacity. We are relatively strong in natural sciences. We have, industry-heavy structure of employment, of the economy, but we might also have some top-down principle of funding. If there's a missing, gaping part of the research map, maybe we need to fill it, or maybe we need to support certain fields of science or topics. So I very much expect that hopefully we will have a few national priorities of research, and it's unimaginable that sustainability, environment, energy wouldn't be amongst them. The R&D&I Council earlier this year also communicated with the Ministry of Education, which is running the largest additional source of funding for the foreseeable future in terms of science funding, the Operation Program JAK, Amos Komenský, and it has expressed an interest in the Ministry of Education having a separate call for projects on top of the one that's currently ongoing that focuses on research excellence in all fields. and will naturally be heavily tilted towards natural sciences, to have a separate call that would again respond to society-wide challenges, and that from aging or climate or migration to democracy, the challenges that our democracies face. So, all I'm trying to stress here is that the Office of the Minister and the R&D&I Council are certainly very much supportive of the notion that this is a challenge that needs to have enough support in terms of research, enough evidence generated for policymakers to make the right decisions. Now, obviously, currently, one of the most important ongoing programs is Environment for Life, Prostředí pro život, at the Technological Agency, and the nature-based solutions, and the lack of water on my table just reminded me of this project that just won the Thatcher Technological Agency of the Czech Republic Prize for the most important, relevant piece of research output for the society, and that was about how to adapt soil to extended droughts, right? And I think it was based on lignite, so it's probably a nature-based solution. So there are programs to support this, but definitely looking into the future, one would expect that the importance of environmental and sustainability-related research should only grow in the portfolio of research funding. Now, so let me now switch to the other hat of an economist, and I'll be quite eclectic, and then I'll try to have one point, and I'll go through a couple of issues just to see maybe if some of the policymakers or the experts in the audience would pick up on that. So, my understanding is that perhaps outside of China, in most less developed countries, more growth no longer means more CO2. That we're kind of getting towards the end of that phase of development that was very, very, very consequential for the environment. And so in terms of what economists focus on, it's usually getting the prices right? But there's a plethora of policy instruments, technology mandates, subsidies, tax breaks, cap and trade. So what really always interests me, or I would love to hear more about, is which of these types of policy instruments are more supportive of coordination. So I think in one of the lectures today, there was this notion of CO2 trading that fosters coordination, at least within the countries that already sign up for that kind of policy. So I think coordination, obviously, from an economist's perspective, is a fundamental problem, and one that's almost impossible to overcome. And so, we probably burn more coal today than we ever have. So the natural consequence of the fundamental difficulty of coordination is then the question of the relative share of mitigation versus adaptation in our policy mix. And again, from an outsider's perspective, it seems to me that adaptation still has a relatively too low share in the policy mix, not just within the EU. I mean, there are obviously policies, and they were mentioned here, and they're very important, but also outside of the EU for the following reason. So there's at least a little bit of research on the fact that if you introduce environmental regulation on multinational policies in developed countries, they might shift pollution-heavy portion of their production chain to developing countries. And also, developing countries might face more of the consequences in terms of the increasing heat and difficulty to sustain, one's lifestyle. So providing help in terms of adaptation support to developing countries might actually be a very important element of future immigration policy of the EU. So I think that portion of the policy mix, at least from my perspective, would deserve to be increased. Now, another big issue on my mind is looking back to the last energy crisis of the 1970s, right? There was a big rebound. There was a lot of gray, not green, but the response was on gray, right? And we improved the efficiency of diesel engines, and we had more of them. we didn't switch back then to energy, zero energy housing, and so on. So how does the current policy mix make sure that we don't end up with similar tendencies once the energy prices subside, right? That we don't go back into just becoming a little bit more efficient in the current use of carbohydrates, right? So finally, the issue of interaction of green policies with other types of policies. So a recent piece of research suggests that if a large company, publicly traded company, resides in a country where typically relies on external funding provided by capital markets, by equity, as opposed to bank credits, that it's the equity investors that are more efficient and faster in pushing towards green transition within large companies, as opposed to the banks, right? So it seems that there's interesting potential for interaction of all of these basic environmental regulations with all sorts of other policies and how we fund future growth. So finally, my only point that I feel relatively solid about, relatively certain that I have something useful to say, is that I believe that it's not only the actual Green Deal and the actual regulations and policies, but how they're communicated to the public that is critical to the success of these policies. Let me again use the example of the COVID crisis, right? So scientists were quite fast in developing vaccines that would save many more thousands of lives had we actually been able as a society to accept the simple notion that vaccines are incredible at saving lives. And so it is a lot more complicated. It's a much taller order to get general acceptance on cap and trade or emission trading, you know, and it makes for an easy target in the policy arena, the way that it's presented today, perhaps. And so I'll use an example. A colleague of mine here at Charles University just published a paper in Nature that was about a communication strategy that increased the willingness to get vaccinated against COVID-19 for more than a year. It's very cheap, very simple. It's just a way how to get information to the society that actually changes behavior. So I believe that we need to complement the core of the policies that actually relate to the environment and the economy with communication strategies. And that brings me back to the role of the Minister for Science, Research and Innovation. It just so happens that in the Czech Republic, the share of social sciences on the overall pie of the total support of public funding is actually much smaller than in pretty much every EU 15 country. And that in particular, we're lagging further behind quality of research in areas such as health communication or public health or any kind of behavioral field that has to do with communicating policies. And so I really think that this kind of interaction with how these policies are explained and how they're gaining support and traction in the public arena, and they're getting support at the polls and at the ballots. That's an important pillar we shouldn't overlook. Thank you.
Thank you. Thanks for all the presentations. Now I have a question for every one of you, and then I have one question for all of you, and then we'll open the panel. First question for you, Veronika. Europe seems to be quite ambitious when it comes to its fight against the climate change. Green Deal, at least we consider it quite ambitious. It will not be easy for the European industry to co-op with all the targets. I mean, like Fit for 55, the General Green Deal, etc. But I would like to ask you, how do we do vis-à-vis other continents, vis-à-vis the United States or vis-à-vis China? Are they on the same track? Do they set the same targets? Do they follow what we are doing? Or maybe are they more advanced in some areas?
Well, this is a very good question. And yes, there are ambitions, and we saw it in the change of the political direction in the United States. Now, not recently, actually, a couple of years ago. But so there are global changes. But and we talked about climate, and you are referring to climate. But I would also bring another example that is linked to it, and it's very much also linked to industry, and that's the new agreement amongst all UN countries to negotiate a new plastic treaty on plastic pollution, to tackle plastic pollution. This new treaty will be looking at the whole life cycle, so also production, as well as, of course, waste management. But going back to climate. there are ambitions, whether it's enough. Now we will tomorrow or day after tomorrow hear the outcomes of COP, so I can't comment on it yet. Maybe Eva has some first-hand information, but referring also to what was mentioned, we talk about mitigation, but the adaptation needs to be also center of attention, and investment for it. There are investments for mitigation. There is not so much investment for adaptation, and it's indeed one of the central topics of COP, the adaptation and financing. So on the EU, how does it look globally? Yes, the Green Deal comes with a big ambition, and the Fit for 55 package was quite largely discussed here, and the impacts and the responses or impacts on industry. But at the same time, we need to look at the other sectors in it, and the Green Deal is not only about climate, but also biodiversity, farm to fork, circular economy, growth, etc. So I would really bring it back to the interlinkages between the different sectors. Is it enough? What is happening? No, it's not enough, everybody needs to step up action, and not only on the government level, but also you mentioned industry, and it would be very interesting also to hear your reading of the situation. But no, it's not enough, and we need to all collectively do more.
So it's not enough for Europe, and for the others even more so.
Not enough, not enough for the whole world, and we have to bear in mind that the loss and damage is discussed at COP27. But what I tried to say at the beginning with the numbers, the impacts globally, and with climate change, the most vulnerable countries are hit the most, and we could see Pakistan under the water, affecting 33 million people in Pakistan because of climate change. So we need to address it. We need to address it globally, and there needs to be global solidarity.
Two questions for Deputy Minister Wolfová. First of all, some insights from COP, if you have them, as mentioned by Veronika. And the second one, I really liked Štěpán's comment concerning communication of Green Deal and other initiatives. And I must say, and it is my strong opinion, that we don't do a good job in the Czech Republic. Because when I read opinion polls concerning Green Deal, which is the main topic of today's discussion, people tend to think that the only part or symbol of a Green Deal is the ban of sales of new cars with combustion engines, and that's it. Farm to fork, nobody mentions. Circular economy, nothing, etc., etc. So are we doing a good job? Are you doing a good job as a Ministry of Environment?
Yeah, thank you. We are. I'm quite critical to this as well. It's again about the business as usual, what was ministry used to do, and now we need this big substantial improvement with limited budget and decreasing budget. So this is very difficult, and it's also about competence, and we as biologists and environmentalists are not the best in communication, so we need hire the best people for the marketing and communication, and this is difficult, but of course it's again the same answer. We need to do cross-sectoral strategies. We need to have really first-class communication. The best people in Czech Republic being in team, working for the government, and together with several ministries prepare communication strategy to explain these complex and complicated issues to very clear and simply statement for ordinary people to understand it and to get on board, because now we don't have them and it's a big problem. So,
is there a plan how to do it better?
There is a plan in some heads. at least. But
not even on paper, it's just in hats at the moment.
There is communication strategy of the Ministry of Environment, but we have 3 officers for this. We liked the press speaker in last month, and the minister.
You're liking a minister as well.
Yes,
that doesn't help either.
So it should improve, and these 3 people do their best to handle it. And you can see their outputs on Twitter and on social media, in newspapers. So for the moment, we do the best we can, we, all of us who speak about it quite frequently, know what we need to do, but we can maybe shift it more to the governmental level to have this operational, quick working group full of experts from various disciplines, and the communication is one very important part of it. So it's my solution to this complicated situation.
I totally agree, and maybe you could get in touch with the Strategic Communication Unit at the Office of the Government, headed by Mr. Klima, suggesting that they might start working with this topic as well, because I think that if they don't, Green Deal might become a huge source of anti-European moods in the Czech Republic. Also because, as I said, it is mostly connected with the ban of combustion engines, which is a highly sensitive issue for the Czechs, and I guess that majority of Czechs simply hate that proposal by the European Commission, which is only a proposal, hasn't been agreed yet, and unfortunately, because of the lack of the communication campaign, Czechs, for example, don't know that in the United Kingdom the same proposal has been already approved. And not for 2035, but for 2030. You know, so people should know that this is not an EU green craziness, that this is a global megatrend that we can criticize, you know, we can dislike, but that's probably all we can do about it. It would make more sense to co-op with that and try to use it for our benefit, and not only for our benefit, but for the benefit of the planet, I would say. Next question, Deputy Minister Sršeň. You mentioned the need for evidence-based policymaking. It seems to me that we get engaged very often in the opposite, in policy-based evidence-making. But going back to what you mentioned, in which area we are successful when it comes to evidence-based policymaking and not the other way round?
Well, if we look, for example, to our strategy of regional development, which is like the Bible for us, which was really negotiated in very much bottom-up approach and using data available, and implementation plan of this strategy or action plan of this strategy dealing with the vulnerable regions on some kind of micro-regional level and finding tailor-made solutions, including funding. You know, so I think we are following this very strictly. We are addressing the needs, also the just transition mechanism, for example. It's really very modern instrument, combining together strategic projects together with small projects, with soft projects, educational and informational projects, because I think this is needed. And when we spoke about communication, it's really crucial. We are still talking about it, also European Union, you know, I can't understand why there is not any kind of tool like Russian trolls, you know, which gives special information to young people, to seniors, you know, because some Euro desks and websites, you know, it doesn't work, yeah? And I think this is a very big failure of communication, even with Green Deal. It's not just about our ministry, it's also about the European Union. And I was participating in one event in July in Oviedo, which was focusing on just transition. There was a strike, the people were shooting, I was just running from the car, you know, because they are closing the mines, they are losing jobs, they are bringing poverty. And this is a huge problem, because the people, you know, when they lose the jobs, it's not about buying cars, it's losing a job, and it's losing the pride, you know, of the region. And we have 3 regions in the Czech Republic, and Ostrava giving this strategy from coal mining to data mining, you know, kind of changing mindset. It's quite successful, yeah? But in Karlovy region and Ústecký region, it's critical. They even don't have personal capacities to make projects, and this is something which we are also trying to do, some kind of capacity building, you know, of people who prepare the projects, and I think it's, and last but not least, also the partnerships, like in kind of any kind of innovation, any kind of policy needs participation of people. So the mechanisms like community-led local development, you know, and participation even of the people in those regions making the strategies which are tailor-made, I think it's also crucial. So data and also kind of participation of people making, thinking globally, acting locally, and bringing the solutions. But really the communication, I would just to stress out again, because those hard times bring a lot of problems, bring poverty, you know, and we need not just to bring kind of a good life to the people, but also jobs. We need their mindset, and I think this mindset is very critical, and I think this is also the changing mindset to the Green Deal. And you know, and when I'm listening to Czech politicians, unfortunately, I must say that, you know, who are just picking some Timmermans from Brussels, the devil, you know, think something, you know, and also why we are doing that here in the European Union if the rest of the world is not doing it. But, you know, we are the most developed part, or one of the most developed parts of the world, and we should be a model, bringing like kind of example. If we not start with us and United States and those countries, nobody will follow. And I am quite also frustrated from the multilateral institutions like UN. I was participating on behalf of the Czech Republic in a high-level forum on sustainable development, and I am teaching UN issues at the University of Economics in Prague. But I was frustrated that the difference between the discussion, the real discussion in the European Union, and puppet discussion in the United Nations, when they were representing of the voluntary national reports, and I should ask Montenegro exactly the question, you know, which they just wrote me, you know, I couldn't even ask something different. And on this forum, everything looks amazing, the African countries, everything's following the way. But we shouldn't lie, you know, to ourselves. We should really keep the discussion, not keeping just a diplomatic level, but we should really keep the real discussion, because if there is any kind of global institution, it's UN. I think we shouldn't create another institution, you know. And I would be happy if I will, because Michal Nekvasil from the Ministry of Environment he was writing me from Egypt just 2 hours ago. So I'm going for a beer with him next week, and I'm just wondering if the discussion was real, or it was just kind of discussion as I experienced in New York, you know. And we should also change the policymakers, and I will finish with that. For example, tourism, sustainable tourism. I was for another meeting in New York in May, and I was preparing the material for this. And, you know, for example, Dolní Morava. It's, for me, it's the worst example of sustainable tourism which is ever I have met. But the guys from Czech tourism, they think it's the best example, you know. Who are at our ministry, its agency, they are making the policy of tourism. So, you know, we should change the mindset that, you know, that this is something different.
Tell us why. Why do you think it's the worst and they think it's the best?
I think it's the worst because I'm living close to that area, and I'm also traveling quite a lot. And I think this massive tourism, it's already, even you don't want to go. Many people don't want to go, and more people don't want to go to such a place where there is crowds of people in a small valley. You know, having 10 attractions in one place. You know, people who are working for this resort overrunning the municipality. Now they won the elections and they took over the municipality already. You know, so this is not something which I believe in. And the Czech tourism, they take it as a business, number of guests, amount of money. Yeah, I was also dealing with the new viewpoint in Králíčkový Sněžník from the Polish side. You know, from the ecological side, it's crazy. But we funded it from the Interact, so cross-border cooperation. And we should justify it finally because, you know, because it was approved by the body of environmental approval in Poland, but it's a completely different work than the bodies in the Czech Republic. Yeah? So this is also European cooperation, but which doesn't work. So I think this is kind of things, but we are really trying to use evidence-based policy. Really
good, not policy-based evidence making. Okay, I'm glad to hear that. As I said, I would have one question for everybody, one that I'm really curious about, and we'll again start with Veronika. There's a climate strike, actually, taking place at the moment, as I was told, at 5 faculties of the Charles University, right? What do you think about it? And I know that this will be difficult for the deputy ministers because you are civil servants, not politicians, but if you were politicians, how would you approach it? What would you do? How would you talk to the young people who are there? What would you tell them? Veronika.
So thank you, Radek, for this question. And I'm actually a little bit sorry that they are not here, because they should be... Some of them are here. Yeah, are you here? Somebody from the strike?
Okay.
So, because that would have been good to have a discussion about the issues, and maybe we could provide some answers, and we would have hear what is the concern. But I certainly think that this is a great tool for young people to voice their opinion, and they should, provided that it's constructive and it's not aggressive and it's not violent. Because I hear that in some places it is. A little bit on the not so peaceful, but it is of course a very powerful tool, and politicians, all of us, we should hear that, and we should integrate young people into the decision-making process. They need to be part of it. They need to be empowered, not only that they are around the table, but that we listen and we listen to the solutions, because they come with the perspective from young people that it's about their future. They will be paying for all this what we discussed, so they have to be part of the kind of decision-making process. But certainly they should have the voice heard.
Okay, Štěpán, what's your take on that?
Well, it's an opportunity to engage the part of the population that cares, and that could then be used, for example, in the communication strategy. Exactly. Well, so high five, right?
Good.
So we know how to do it. Now who's going to do it?
Okay.
So, and if I may use the opportunity,
sure.
just a few quick reactions. Sorry to break
the
flow, but it is the Ministry of Regional Development that actually has compared to other ministries, a relatively lively community that is devoted to evaluation of policies. So I'd just like to mention that from the point of view of an outsider. And when it comes to communication strategies, what's important is also to evaluate their impact, right? So that's where we actually need to engage with scientists. It's the example of this Nature paper, or a different paper where you designed 5 different letters from the Czech TV to the people who are late on their fees for the public TV, and one stresses morality and the other stresses potential punishment, and then you evaluate how they actually work, how they change behavior. Every bank will do that for every leaflet that they send to me. But yeah, I'm on the pension expert committee, right? Do we have an evaluation of how we affect behavior of future pensioners? You know the answer, right? So the problem is, so multidimensionality was mentioned. So coming back to the hopefully few national priorities that the minister and the R&D&I Council will hopefully be able to negotiate with the other ministries, it has to be multi-field, cross-field, because the current standard is that every ministry has its focus. And if you're doing, not to speak about the ministries that are involved here, so let's speak about the Ministry of Interior. So you have security concerns, you research with that. Well, communication, infodemics, that's kind of related to people getting agitated, and you end up at the top of the pyramid with violent acts. But below that, there's misinformation spreading across social media that you need to deal with. So if you are a ministry that's focused on a particular area, you will say, well, I'm not going to fund social science research. I will do biology, right? In this country, we have 4,000 biologists who publish in good journals every year, above the median of article influence score in their field. I found 4 people in this country with a PhD in public health from a school of public health, the way it's defined outside of this country. So if you have this balance in terms of the top-down of what kind of fields of science we need to support public policy, to the order of 1,000 to 1, there is, but unfortunately this is the problem of coordination now within the government, because obviously every ministry has its own interests, and they're perfectly legitimate, and research funding is probably not going to grow given the current challenges. So hence, again, we have to accept, this is where I fall back on what we usually say in these kinds of events, what's essential, what we have to do, right? Well, now this is a plea to, we have to come together on the multi-field need for actually addressing society-wide challenges. If we don't get across the, ministry-specific focus, then we're not going to make progress.
Absolutely, I agree. Thanks for that. Climate strike. Will you go there? Have you talked to them already?
Yeah, I would like to speak to them.
Okay.
I fully understand this perspective. Again, I always include young people into consultations and into working groups. I think their perspective is even more neglected than women in the policy-making process, and it's very crucial. So I think it's no wonder that they are shouting and want to be heard, we are practically stealing their future. So it's of course that they are doing this. Yeah. And I think, of course, it would be more constructive to cooperate together and to invite them to the table, as Veronica mentioned already. Yeah.
Possible improvement for the organizers for the next conference to have them here around the table. I think it would work well. Your comment on that?
Actually, I was already been mentioning it, that I'm so happy that the young generation is really having different approach to those topics. So I fully support that, and I think we should really engage them, not just talk about engaging young people into politics, everything, you know, but to really engage them. I am already 14 or 12 years discussing on the European level the eldering of population in rural areas, how to bring young people back to the rural areas. And it's always discussions about those people without those people, because the motivations are different. It's also feeling that, for example, Jeseník is a sexy place to live, that it's not having just infrastructure. And this is kind of storytelling and those issues. And I think that also, for example, the model of the local government of the Czech Republic, now criticized by NERV, you know, that it's not cost effective. But it's the unique, because I believe that every politician should start in the bottom, so in the local area. So it's the best opportunity how to get young people into politics. We have so many young mayors, you know. For example, my secretary at the ministry, he's the youngest mayor in the Czech Republic, he's 24, you know. And there are a lot of young people in city councils thanks to this system, yeah? Because the bigger municipalities are, the older people are usually represented, the less women are represented, yeah? So this is a unique system, you know, and we are criticizing it, that it's not cost effective. So I think we should really bring them on board, and I think it's a legitimate tool, because they are understanding that we are facing a huge war, the climatic war, which is just won this war. And if the politicians are not doing what they should, if we are not really engaging them, even EU is not engaging them, you know, so they should make this kind of voice to be heard, because it's their future. I feel also young still, so it's our future. It's our future. And future of this planet, and I think we cannot say, okay, we will leave it for another 15 years, you know, because now we need to have a good life, you know, and so I think this is good initiative. But on the other hand, they should also feel that that they are not just they should bring also solutions, and not just saying what was bad, because I think this is crucial.
Okay. You can probably imagine that with these four panelists we could go on forever, but we are slightly approaching the end of the discussion, and I promised we would get you engaged as well. So we have a few minutes before we must conclude. So I see first hand raised. Okay, sure. So first question.
Thanks a lot. On the communication issue, I think it's critical also to phase it rightly in the political process. For the Austrian example of CO2 pricing and the climate bonus that was paid out, we did, before it was agreed upon, background information to media, etc. Then there was an agreement at 3 o'clock in the morning, it was announced at 9, and people still don't understand that this is a social measure to do the refund. They just complain that those people who emit the most get the most of the money. So it's really difficult. That's a comment, and a question to Štěpán Jurajda. The equity is more concerned, but here in Europe, on BlackRock, etc., but here in Europe we do have this strong involvement of banks. Would the taxonomy do some part of the job now, or where would you see that we could increase concern for the banks as well?
Oh boy. So I guess we don't want to call upon monetary policy to include this, this topic, right? So that's a very good question, right? All I was trying to point out is that equity investors are more rapid in pushing these incentives onto traded companies. And so how to incentivize banks to be equally forceful is a really, really good question, and a natural one. But it's also tricky in terms of implementation. So I guess we might incentivize companies to dip their feet into equity sources of external funding, different ways how to do that. And then we could rely on the public pressure that's being generated there, because having directives at banks, you have to really worry about misallocation of resources. Yeah, it's a very good question.
We have time for 2 more questions, so the last but one, yep.
Hello, I also have a question for Mr. Jurajda. So at the beginning you mentioned that the minister is changing the priorities for funding of research. At the moment, and actually it's been there for a few years, environmental and sustainability research is among the top priorities already. So how does that change if you're going to increase it by 1 level, or what is going to actually change? Because if you think it's going to improve, then it just sounds like greenwashing because it's already at the top.
Right, so there's 2 ways how to answer that question. The first one is that, as we already discussed, there might be fields of science that are relevant for environmental regulation and its effectiveness, such as media studies, or just any kind of behavioral social science field that you need at the end of the life cycle of a policy, right? And I can guarantee you that they're not heavily funded, right? If you look at an international map of both funding and research output, many of them are nearly non-existent in the country. So if you have a national priority that says, we need to have an action plan that goes from this kind of basic research in natural sciences or agricultural sciences to this kind of regulation, evaluation of public policies, do you think that environmental policies are evaluated in terms of their impact according to international standards in this country? We actually need social scientists to do that. And at the and along the way of implementing policies, how important is communication? So if you have the multidisciplinary approach that I was talking about, that's the only one that allows you to define broad national priorities, then you can actually have an action plan that combines the well-funded and the least well-funded parts of research environment together into one plan that hopefully would make more of a difference. So it's both the discipline-specific funding and the combination of these relatively fragmented pieces of research into one national priority.
Thank you. You're welcome. Last question.
Could be mine.
You will have the last word, don't worry.
So basically there was a lot of discussion about communication, communication towards the public, but I would actually want to go back to communication about decision makers. And I would like to ask, for example, if the decision makers are satisfied with the way how the communication, each major environmental issue is held in the Czech government. We have many examples like Bečva poisoning, which actually shows that distribution of authorities and who is responsible for who should communicate with who in different ministry, with different jurisdiction, might not be optimal. Or maybe it's just my constrained vision, but I would just be really interested about opinion about that.
And Ministry of Regional Development or Ministry of Environment, you choose.
Maybe both of them.
Okay, no problem.
I could not stress more the networking, the need of networking of all levels of the authorities, of the ministries, and the cooperation between them. So I think this is answer for this problem. I also see the problem of too much sectoral issues and lack of concern on or lack of common vision, because if we always keep only the positions and the ministries are like fighting against each other, claiming their aims which are contradictory, we could not find solution in long-term perspective. And we didn't, so this is maybe one of the answer to the question why it didn't function, because I studied environmental science in this university in 90s, and I was very optimistic and seeing, okay, we have these problems and we will solve them, we see the solutions and we just need to implement it or them, but it didn't happen. So we have very serious question why it's not happening, and we have many answers. One was mentioned that climate is very complicated. It's too much bound with fossil industry and so on. And this lack of understanding, lack of common vision, lack of long-term perspectives, it's other part of the answer. So.
Yeah. Thinking about Bečva, yeah, I'm from Olomouc region, so it was part actually of the life. And what I feel is the difference between communication and PR. It seems to me that politics is too much PR driven sometimes, and that's why everyone is just jumping with some kinds of statements, you know, before it's really communicated and done, and especially if there are 5 parties in the government, you know, so everyone wants to have its part of the sun, you know. And but on the other hand, those issues definitely, those holistic issues like environment, but also regional development from our perspective are cross-cutting. So even our ministry is now creating or initiated the governmental committee on regional development, which will be led by the Prime Minister, and on working level that will be led by our minister or me. And it will be meeting every month, you know, as the Committee for the European Affairs, and it will solve the territorial impact assessment, rule proofing, all those issues which should be connected, legislation, you know, and those issues, because I think we cannot do all regional development ourselves. We can coordinate it, you know, but otherwise we need all other sectors to be engaged in that. So I fully agree with what was said, and I think, I hope we can make some kind of measures and steps to make this communication much better, because this is crucial.
Good. And last word goes to Veronika.
I wanted to ask a question actually, but I will very quickly comment on the communication also, because it really is important, not only from the governmental point of view, but also from the scientific community, to communicate the messages and findings in a clear way, and also how they impact actions and bring some solutions, because we should not just say this is how it is, but also why and what can be done. And also for the different target groups, what cities can do, what business can do, and so on. But my last question, I do apologize for this, but it was great to hear from the panelists, and I was very privileged to be here with you, 3 high-level representatives of the Czech government, and we all agreed that we need the cross-sectoral cooperation and the transformation that goes across all the different sectors, including energy, agriculture, buildings, and so on. One question that is more a hypothetical question, and this is more also for organizers for next time. It would be interesting to have here also Ministry of Finance, how they plan with the financing systems, because that is crucial also. How do we integrate all these topics that we discussed in finance?
Good. Another suggestion for the organizers how to do it next time. Ladies and gentlemen, let me conclude. First of all, by thanking all the panelists for their very active participation. I really appreciate it. Thank you very much. And thank you all for staying till the end. I was positively surprised when I arrived at 3:30 to see so many of you still in the room, staying till 5 p.m. It seems that what we discussed is of interest to you, that you find it important, and that's good. So hopefully this is not the last conference on this topic, and we will see each other here or elsewhere discussing these topics again soon. So thanks for coming and have a great day. Bye.